like you were already mine. Surreal to me, how you make me feel wild and calm at the same time. Never felt so alive. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine. Like the stars had all aligned. I lay beside today, tonight. Your vibe, desire, our eyes on fire. And I breathe your aura, can I leave your aura? You have me like gravity. You don't have to try it, it's just like a magnet. You have me like gravity.
Hopefully all the buttons were pushed because someone else is doing the prep for me. Hello everybody, my name is TJ. I've got Ryan in the booth tonight and I'm going to update that in just a moment. Running a little bit behind and hearing myself because I was listening to it. But I'm going to have Ryan in the booth. Hello everybody, I am here. I apologize for the delay. We had a little bit of a scheduling snafu, so to speak, is how we'll put that. But thank you to everybody who is in there joining right now, and I'm about to be joined by the amazing Ryan Coverdale.
Coverdale, I like it. Howdy.
So tell me a little bit about match one.
So it's Coleman versus Kevin.
Okay, who's on what side?
Coleman's on the wall. He's playing Bant. Has Wargate in this deck, so that's all he showed me.
Now there is a command. Have you seen the command?
The command.
The Wargate command.
Wargate command.
Oh yeah, you're about to. You're about to witness
Eternal witness.
what is about to be happening over there. So we're gonna have Coleman against the wall. You said.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you know what his opponent is?
Yeah, Kevin's playing Grixis control or Grixis mid range, whatever you would call it.
Ah. Okay.
Kalidas,
Let's go ahead and do that one.
that kind of stuff.
But
No cruel ultimatum, I don't think.
thank you to the Scarlet Spud. Yes, we did go with Sigarda's Aid, though honestly, you know what, just since it's the... I'm not sure if I want to go
Looking good.
red.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, do you want to go with this one? Let's do this one. It's a really cool one. Check it.
Ooh.
Ah, yeah,
Primal
right.
Path.
I know. Alright, so that should be done, but the Wargate command is getting ready. It is time to head down for
Wargate.
round 1 of 4. Hello, everybody. Can we see some Delver? We can do our best.
I think we'll get some.
I mean, there's always a chance, right? Like, we've got Grixis here.
It has a good chance to flip.
I'm about to head down here. Alright, let's get going. They're ready to go.
Let's do it.
Alright, so Wargate versus Grixis Control. Now, let's go ahead and just take a look at this card, Wargate. Now, this is a deck that was actually really started with a good friend of yours.
Dylan?
Yes.
Oh yeah, me and him love Wargate.
Man, this blue shirt, I'm just going to stand as still as possible in it.
Yeah.
My
Workman.
goodness.
I like it.
It is. But, Kevin going to kick it off with a Serum Visions off of a Steam Vents, which is going to knock him down
18.
to that 18.
No fetch here, just the shock.
Now, if Coleman happens to be on Scape Shift, boom, perfect.
Oh yeah.
Ah, man. But otherwise, Coleman, now, this Wargate, it ends up actually acting as a bit of a Valakut deck. It's this very toolboxy deck. It's like a Valakut deck that doesn't really, like, run Scape Shift.
How?
It's, like, to my knowledge. Like, previously it was one that just ran Prismatic Omen along with it, and then just ran completely, like, over time. It's just absurd.
I really love this card. I mean, you can tune it for a Planeswalker, play it. You can find almost, if you build your deck right, you can find any answer. Oblivion Rings or whatever you want to play.
Yeah.
It's a sweet card.
It's a very permanent-based control deck.
Yeah.
So it'll be a lot of pieces that are, like...
playing like Mold Drifter or anything like that?
I
Fun
doubt
stuff.
Mold Drifter, just because its converted mana cost is actually
So
5.
high, yeah.
Take a look for things like Detention Sphere. There'll be, it'll be a decent amount of ramp spells. There'll be things like, there might even be a Journey to Nowhere, just because it's a little bit cheaper. Eternal Witness, likely one we'll be going for.
Yeah, definitely.
And then eventually look for him, because Wargate is able to actually grab lands.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so
that's
watch
his best
out.
mode.
Amiria down the line, very much a possibility.
He's playing like
I don't know what this current list is, but
Okay.
this is kind of how it used to go, is that you could run Amiria, and eventually you could even go into like a Sun Titan.
Oh, yeah.
And then you start like recurring into like an Eternal Witness, getting back your Wargate, which, it just accrues all this value
the value machine.
in the late game.
Oh wow, that was a quick Tasigur.
That is an extremely quick Tasigur. Out of Kevin, who is down to 17 after a fetch, and just basically a flurry of spells. I believe a Thought Scour was involved in that. But otherwise, Coleman untapping. He does have a fetch now. He might be debating if he wants to go for this at the end step. I think that you would, but what do you even go for at this point? Because, like, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't try... Oh, no, this is actually on his turn. He's just saving that.
Just holding
Because
it
he
up.
didn't go for that Search
Is he
for
pretty
Tomorrow.
land light?
I think he's trying to hold up this Spell Snare.
Oh, okay.
Because he didn't go for the turn 1 Search for Tomorrow, which strikes me... Yeah, I know, the striped shirt is definitely a little bit odd. Do I know that if he plays any Cryptics?
Yeah, he's playing Cryptic Commands.
I expect so. Also, we just froze for a moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought the Fetch for a basic one might be a little,
Man, I might have to go grab a different shirt. Luckily, that's actually something that I can do.
nice.
I like carry backups with me. I know.
Just for this occasion?
Just for this occasion. You just never know. I'm going to have to retire this one from it. But the Tasigur going to get in and knock Coleman down to 16. So now Kevin finds himself a little bit on the aggressor side of things, which, being Grixis control, the deck is actually fairly capable of like, mixing that in.
It's almost like a tempo deck in some situations.
Exactly. Just go for the vest
Best
only.
Yeah.
I do have a t-shirt on underneath this, but I just don't think that would look nearly as nice. Oh, man, that is... Let's just
it.
do this. Our hat's coming back. Well, there's a hat on one of the people.
I'm wearing a hat.
Coleman with the Hallowed Fountain. That he's got the Jeskai mana base going here. Still no Spell Snare as like a viable option, and eventually he needs to stop trying to like
Hold up magic and find an answer for this Tasigur.
Exactly. Now he does have this Detention Sphere.
That seems good.
Yeah.
He also has a Reflector Mage, I think, right? Or was that the Search for Tomorrow?
You know what? Oh, and a Menelik is going to take this one down, so Coleman in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
After 2 hits for that one plus some fetching, he is in a rough spot. This is going to be knocking him down to 7. He doesn't have a whole lot to say about it, and then just... I mean, Bolt, Snap, Bolt, it suddenly becomes this really viable option of just closing out the game. Oh, Doro, you can get there. I believe in you.
Wargate.
There we go. Okay, so we do have a Sakura Tri-Bolter. I mean, it's going to block decently. We might even
Get
just...
good ramp out of it.
Yeah, and it, you know what? It's mostly just going to be a 2-mana fog, more than anything. Katsugat, it's good to see, and hello to everybody else who is just joining. I am noticing that we're at about 84 people, and there's a decent chance that I'm just going to go change this shirt during in between games. I might leave Ryan here.
Yeah. Oh.
And if you're okay with it.
Yeah. I'm prone to fire when left alone. So.
As long as it stays family friendly and reasonable, I think you'll be fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I'm not...
Family friendly fire.
Family friendly fire is good. Yeah.
FFF.
Exactly. It's like a candle.
Yeah. A candle with a glass around it. The
One of
glass
those
never gets too hot.
An electric candle.
Yeah. Electric candle. Family friendly fire.
Oh man, so another Serum Vision's coming down. Alright, okay, so that was actually the draw off of that with the Tasker. And, I mean, the Sakura Tri-Bolter gonna block, he's gonna end up... Ooh, unless he's got...
Oh, Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseiz's not bad, actually. It's gonna reveal the fact that he's got 2 Wargates, a Search for Tomorrow, and one other card. Looks to be... Oh, and the Spell Snare that we saw.
Spell Snare, right, yeah.
I think I just take a Wargate. It cuts off his ability to actually tutor up any kind of answer to this, because right now he's actually going to be sitting at 6 mana next turn. That's relevant. Because that means that a Wargate for 3 grabs most of the answers in the deck. Hey, it's good to see you, Kaiser. Hot in Snohomish today?
I don't think anyone's casting Cruel Ultimatum, unfortunately. I wish, though. That is my favorite thing out of any Grixis control. I don't think it's necessarily that good, but man, when that card gets cast.
Yeah. Ninewalker, what is too much? Is it too much of an inconvenience to change shirts? It's not that bad. All right, I'll let the chat decide. Do I change
the
shirt?
warpiness.
Do we like the warpiness of the shirt, or should I go change? Or are we just okay with me being a little bit of a mind bender here? I think it's only when I'm down here, though, so at least it's like a small section of
Yeah.
it. When I'm up on the big screen, not nearly as bad.
It's kind of like when you have like those old TVs and there's that magnetic fuzz in the bottom corner. You know.
Yes, that's actually...
Kind of brings me back. I like it.
I was kind of hoping for that nickname. I was really hoping to be TJ Magnetic Fuzz Rogers.
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue.
Put on a green shirt.
Yeah. Oh man, when I had that green jacket on. It looked insane.
Foil TJ. Okay.
Foil TJ. It's good. It's a good foiling.
There we go. Yes, UFO Wargate is a permanent base toolbox. You were exactly correct. The biggest thing is that that Wargate is able to grab lands. That's the biggest thing about it. But we're just going to block, go for a land. Now, at this point, I'm sort of expecting him... Okay, goes for the white. I was actually thinking that... maybe using that one so he can use his breeding pool as his green source. Though he does have the forest for that one. So maybe just trying to get another one, because I think he needs the second white source more than the third blue source.
Was he playing Emiria?
He does, I believe. He used to. I guess I couldn't say that he is for certain.
Right. If he was, maybe that's what he's trying to build up the playing count, but that's a pretty slow clock.
See, now that's the other thing, though, is that this deck has historically, and we are going to pick it up.
Yeah, we're going to pick
but
it
it
up.
has in the past run Prismatic Omen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Prismatic Omen, let's just take a look at that card. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but it's a 2-mana enchantment that that doesn't come up when you just type Prismatic. But it's it's an enchantment that says lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types.
Ah, okay.
Now, what that means is that when you're running Valakut, any
No,
like
mountains.
the 6th land will deal damage, no matter what it is. It also means that you can have any 7 lands,
Yeah.
and you're going to start getting those Emiria
Emiria,
triggers.
okay.
And I'm not sure if you noticed this one, but what's a good way to get that card out of the deck?
Oh man, if only there was some Bant-colored X spell
I just-
could tutor for permanence.
I really wish that there was some kind
Court
of
of
way.
Calling, and then you get a creature, maybe an Academy Rector. Oh, that's
Yeah.
not modern way.
And it really needs an impressive name, something that
Yeah.
really lets people know that you mean business, right?
Coming right hot out of the door, or maybe like some kind of archway. I don't know. Coleman will have to figure it out. Oh, choke! That hurts that card pretty bad.
Coming hot out of the door. Oh, classic. Hello to everybody who is just joining. My name's TJ,
Howdy, I'm Ryan.
and streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. I'm apparently a premium card today, Battle Passage.
Battle Passage. I'm playing Battle Passage.
Wildly Platonic might be my favorite name so far today. That's just a fantastic name. It's good to see you. And hello to anybody else.
Door.
If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. If you're on mobile, it's up above us. And if you are on a desktop, I think it's down there-ish somewhere.
This way.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that range, but I definitely recommend it. You'll get a little bit of a lightning bolt up there. It's all kinds of fun. Plus, we are still waiting to hear back about that Twitch partnership application, which it has now been one day over a week now. Maybe they're
It's supposed
busy.
to be a week? I mean, they must be.
It's possible that they, like, in the email, it's like, it'll take a week, unless we're busy. And it might take longer. Either that, or they like it so much that they don't want, they just want to keep watching.
Yeah.
They gotta
maybe
confirm.
That's what it is.
Exactly.
Gotta check it all out.
So, for this game 2, we saw Kevin take that game 1 fairly well, and that was with a basically,
Quick Tassiger, swing, mana leak removal.
like, it was
Kill
just,
ya.
it was the exact playbook for like a Delver deck, which is
Yeah.
turn 1, turn 2 threat, and then mana leak it until it gets the kill.
Right.
So, I guess Kevin is going to be
control.
looking
Grissus, we control them right out of the game.
pretty much. Whereas Coleman, I mean, the best way to answer that one is probably just to try and get a little bit cheaper into his interaction. Because if he can just start casting like value spells and outgrow,
Yeah.
he might even almost go a little bit bigger to where if he can get into something like,
Sun Titans
or even Elsbeth like Sun's Champion is
Yeah.
pretty solid.
Oh man, yeah.
So he might try and go a little bit bigger, try and use some of that early things just to delay the game, but if he's afraid of getting tempoed out, maybe
Yeah.
just try and exhaust all of his counterspells, and then maybe try and get into some big kind of haymakers in the top that are just going to outclass whatever Kevin is trying to do, because he's relying
Yeah.
on some smaller creatures.
If he could have got more like Tri-Builder, that kind of starts too, just to be blocking and buying buying a little bit of time, that probably would have helped him a lot.
The highest convertment cost that I suspect Coleman have is probably 6. I have a feeling that he runs Sun Titan, but this deck is always a little bit unusual.
You can just kind of play whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Prismatic Omen, play anything. Who cares? Is this modern? No, we're EDH versus modern.
Sleeper 37, yes, it is modern. Todd, it's good to see you. Ride Machete, Scarlet Spud, Sleeper, UFO, K to Daz, Terror of the Twinkie, DM Viper, Mexican, Nymphone, Brute Z, Wildly Platonic, Atomic Tacos, Mercury, Ninewalker,
Wildly
Terithriel, Sing Me Sweetly. Oh, what a great name. Right? Oh. Miffy, MTG Pack Foils, Kung Fu Horse, Catabolic Chusky?
A brutal, aggressive Valakut play.
Oh, man. So, timestamped TH? Timestamped TJ.
TJ.
I'm not sure what they mean there. I don't know. Are there any Obzon players? There might be. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I should have sung that. That's probably correct. Sing me sweetly. Alright, so, gonna go for the classic green-red mana base into an Explorer. Now that's sweet.
But will he have the next extra land to play?
Oh yeah. Lining up those Valakutes. If I'm Kevin, I'm intimidated by...
ready.
Like, if this was game 1, I would be very intimidated by this start. But...
This guy's just throwing mountains at me.
Exactly. A Thoughtscour
Valakutes.
here would be actually a pretty interesting choice out of Kevin. A lot of his counter magic, like, if Coleman's able to continue a game plan like this, then Coleman's going to actually possibly accelerate beyond some of that counter magic.
Yeah.
He also is going to eventually, like, he's got a mana league of his own. Kevin, is he shy on lands?
I
He's
think he might
going...
be.
So we're going to scry to the bottom here. We already have the one draw. He's not... He was looking at... Okay, so we do have a Sulphur Falls coming down. Maybe a Delver. Otherwise, we're looking at most likely either Thoughtscour or Spell Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
Spell Snare. But if he's just passing that enthusiastically... Because if he had a Thoughtscour, I think he may have led with that.
It's instant, right?
It is an instant, but he might have tried to go into something like a Tasker, into a Gurmag Gangler, into
Oh, I
something
see
like
what
that.
you mean.
So he doesn't have the black source, however. That's actually pretty interesting. So...
And 2 scries at the bottom, I'm pretty sure he didn't find it.
Yeah...
Or he's just doesn't care, doesn't need those lands.
Oh, so maybe a Thoughtscour. Or maybe just try and use some counter magic, because we're not prioritizing, like, we need the black mana, so he's not going to be fighting too actively for a Tasker, because he wouldn't be able to cast it anyway. So maybe we're looking at a... Okay, it is.
Cinder's
There we go.
Fox. Let's see. Ooh.
And we have got
Angler.
a Kitchen Finks for Coleman, who is going to go down to 17, but then back up
Right back
to
on.
19. But that Kitchen Finks is going to be a great way to apply pressure to Kevin.
Such a weird... I've never seen Kitchen Finks cast off a forest, a hollowed fountain, and a Valakut.
Quirthin, you feel like Bring to Scapeshift is better than Wargate, but it's way less cool. This deck is not run because it's a game, like a meta changer. It's run because it's awesome. Rappin' Genie, it's good to see ya.
I do like... I'm trying to build into Scapeshift right now, actually.
With Spellskite, I mean, it's not going to contend super well. It's a great blocker against Kitchen Finks. But Kevin is very much on the back foot here because, I mean, Spellskite is not phenomenal in this deck. It's going to be good against some of that removal, like the Detention Sphere and anything like that.
Right.
But
It's
still...
solid blocker, but it's really not stopping any of the combo elements or what I assume main engine of Coleman's deck is.
Now, notice that Kevin actually tapped his Creeping Tar Pit for that Serum Visions. Strikes me as a little bit unusual.
Leaving...
I would have expected him to go for something like the Sulphur Falls, just to make sure that if you draw the black card, draw the red card, draw the blue card, you've got options to all of it, right? So it strikes me as a little bit unusual, and I really don't think he has any black cards in hand because of that.
Right.
Possibly he was going to draw one, but I don't think that his game plan right now is to actually end up casting that Gurmag Gangler, that Tassiger, that Kolagon's Command, anything along those lines, because he's not representing any of it. Hey, Mercury, have a good night.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering what he really could. It seems like he might just have a Thoughtscour Cantripy heavy hand.
It is possible. And we seem to be moving in that direction pretty rapidly. And actually, I
2
think,
black sources in the
I think
yard
that
too.
may have been a Tassiger that he drew. I can't tell for certain. Like, you just... That glimpse of
1
art...
second to
Exactly.
peek in here.
Coleman's still not able to get aggressive, but he is loaded up on counter magic.
And Wargates.
Do you... Now, here's the question. Do you negate this, but lose your ability to Mana Leak for the turn? Or you go for the Mana Leak,
Oh, he's leaking back.
He really wants to cast that
Ooh,
one.
and negate over the mana leak. Oh,
Interesting.
no, he's not negating it. Oh, he can't.
Yep. Lord of Jund, it's good to see you.
I'm digging
And
the art on this side
That is
of
a
the
Sun
table.
Titan. That is a Sun Titan in his hand, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, I couldn't tell because it's the...
My pleasure, Courtney.
What? Oh, Mrs. Geekus. Geek Fortress.
Mrs. Geekus.
Mrs. Geekus. Mrs. Geekus.
The Jackal, it's going well. I'm here with my my good friend Ryan, hanging
Howdy.
out, having a blast, chilling out, maxing out, relaxing, all cool.
Shooting some b-ball?
Ooh, I mean there is like a school.
Oh,
Yeah. Does Cohen play Besiege? That is a great question.
yeah.
And
What doesn't he play? He loves cards. He loves magic cards. He'll play any card.
yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have a deck list for this one. And Coleman is always known to have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Pretty much what he fetches is about as much as I'm going to know about his deck list.
He's got Hall of Fountain.
He's
see
got
it right on the
Valakut's in a
bottom.
Bant deck, which is
Yeah.
probably the coolest part about it.
Yeah.
We can go for a
Typical.
2-drop here. I think we're just going to go for the Prismatic Omen.
Is that what he's doing?
I think so, because Kevin's not going to have a whole lot of answers to it now that it's on the battlefield.
Right.
Once that card is on the battlefield,
Yeah, Grixis doesn't have much.
has nothing. Like,
Void Snare.
you have to essentially... Yeah, there is just almost nothing.
I have
that
been
you can
talking to Kevin about his list, though, and he was talking about maybe playing one of Repeal, and I was like, do it. So maybe we can see that.
do. A repeal out of Kevin's deck
A single
would be
yeah.
incredible.
I think it's okay as far as game 2s, a Blood Moon or something like that you just can't deal with at the moment. But
Oh, man.
it would be very funny to see him repeal Prismatic Omen and then counter it later. I don't know
Absolutely.
even if that's what he wants his game plan to be necessarily, because
Taking a look at the graveyard there is a little bit of an interesting move. I don't think that he has a whole lot that interacts with it unless he's running like Surgical out of the sideboard. Which I guess
mean,
is
his great.
possible.
How relevant is much? I mean, I guess Dredge is getting pretty popular
Going
now.
for the Kolagon's Command. Now 2 damage, I feel like it would be to Coleman more than it would be to the Kitchen Finks. And getting back that Gurmag Angler?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so 2 damage to Coleman, get back the Gurmag Angler. That's going to be a 5/5 beater, which actually, Coleman is going to have an interesting time. Where this becomes like an interesting play. The Sakura Tri-Builder is actually brilliant. What he can do is play at the Sakura Tri-Builder this turn. If Kevin drops the Gurmag Angler, what we get to see is Coleman next turn pop it to get the trigger from the Valakut, and Wargate for maybe like an Emiria, another
my
Valakut.
goodness.
But actually, he has 2 Valakuts anyway, so he can kill it with the 1.
Yeah.
But like, he might just go for the land here and deal 6 damage to the Spellskite. Instead, he's going to deal
This-
6
yeah.
damage to the Spellskite and 3 damage to Kevin, and just force him to redirect it if he wants to take 2.
Oh my gosh. That's insane. Yeah.
Every land is not, and he has got like he can cast the Sakura Tri-Builder right now,
And yeah,
and another 9 damage.
that's actually
Honestly,
that-
if I was Coleman, I would have just shot all 9 of that upstairs.
yeah,
Because what do you care?
yeah.
What's he gonna do? Redirect
Redirect
one
it.
of it. He takes 8, and then you drop down the Sakura Tri-Builder and say, "What up?"
Yeah, that's crazy. That Prismatic Omen is so unassuming of a card to be like something you need to counter or something that you need to like get rid of.
Kevin's at 2 functionally. Kevin is functionally at 2 life.
Tri-Welder turns into 2 mana, get basic, tapped, do 9 damage.
Like,
That seems good.
how do you just not? And I think he's got a negate in hand.
Yeah, he has negate.
So if he untaps, then he can even like.
what he really needs now is just Amulet of Vigor so they can come and untap.
But what's even your game plan here? Like, if you're Kevin, the deck is not built to beat this.
Yeah.
What he need, like his game plan right now, is drop like 3 Gurmag Anglers,
Give them
and have
haste.
Bolt Snap
Yeah.
Bolt. But he has so little ways to actually interact with what Coleman is doing, because all Coleman is doing is if he plays a land, like if he draws a land,
He wins.
9 damage.
Yeah.
If he draws a land, 9 damage. That's basically it. Like his out right now is concede.
Maybe a.
If Coleman whiffs, like if Kevin goes down to 2 and is able to block this Kitchen Finks indefinitely,
Prismatic.
Prismatic Omen is the card that allowed him to cast that Sakura Tri-Builder.
Wargate can get Blood Moon.
Wargate can get Blood Moon.
Yeah, so if you had Prismatic Omen and you can play your own cards through Blood Moon, that'd be cool.
Interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting, but I think he would no longer have the Valakutes.
Yeah.
I believe, but yeah, that becomes
you
weird.
lose him.
So we're gonna negate you.
Negate out 2 Valakutes. It's disgusting. I don't like looking. This is like almost like a stream nightmare.
12 damage. Grab it. He draws the Wargate to deal get another Valakute.
3
Deal
mana, do
12
12 damage, get a land. Wow.
Do I think that he plays Blood Moon sideboard? I very much doubt it.
Yeah.
Outside of that Prismatic Omen, Valakut is his only red source. This is a Bant deck. And I don't think that he's really looking to destabilize his own gameplay. I just don't think so.
Yeah.
I just don't
As
think
cool
so.
as it would be to Wargate for Blood Moon, yeah. Just doesn't seem like it's worth it.
Rathmar, you're going to find me in Dallas, right? Tell me that you're going to come say hi to me in Dallas, and maybe you're even going to come... he punned when he wasted counter magic on the Thoughtseize. Very likely, but also he saw very little of what the deck was capable of doing in Game 1.
It's true.
I think he's going to be a little bit more cautious about it this time.
Yeah, I think so.
He might have also just
'Cause
been...
it kind of seemed maybe he was thinking Coleman really had something he didn't want to get Thoughtseize out of his hand, so he's fighting over it. I don't know if you can say punted necessarily, because
I think
I mean
he just...
honestly, he took the Game 1 so easily, where he just resolved the first creature he resolved. That was all he needed.
Right, and if you see Kevin, like, if he's trying to counter your Thoughtseize, you have to naturally assume, oh, I have a hand that I really want to protect. It might be worth it to go for that in that case, because if he's relying on a single card in that one, it's very possible that going for that was the right choice. But
Right.
Coleman just had a hand that was a bit resilient, and Coleman even going for that counter magic was maybe questionable. So, hey, Koth wins, it's good to see you. I've actually been considering building Scred. Your name made me remember that.
Oh man. Yeah, we should build a Scred list together. Combine our efforts.
Rathmar, send me a whisper sometime if you want to talk about it. Like, legit. Hey, Blue Baron MTG, it's good to see you again. It's my apparently long-lost brother or sister or
Baron?
something.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Mono blue player.
But Rathmar, definitely send one. Don't worry about it. Like, GPs are not nearly as... They're, like, initially intimidating because of the size of them, but their actual application and experience is some of the most fun that I've ever had in Magic.
Oh yeah.
It will be an amazing trip for you.
I've gone to GPs, never played main events, just done side events, or played no events. You know, you can just go there. It's just an awesome time for Magic.
And we'll actually be trying to do a little kind of meetup thing. So probably on the Friday, we'll try and do like a dinner thing at some restaurant in the area. So definitely keep your eyes open. It'll probably be a pizza kind of place. But if you're interested in joining us for some food, probably that Friday night, keep your ears open. We'll be down there.
When is the GP?
That is in November. I believe it's like the second weekend of November or something like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Something along that line. Okay. Pokertown, unfortunately, I don't have his list. So I can't really promise that. Blue Baron MTG, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Oh, it's the first weekend of November. I don't actually have the list. I can ask him about it, but and I can try. Send a whisper to Red Baron MTG. If you look in the chat, there's a Blue Baron MTG. Exact same thing, but red. Let's see here. Actually,
Yeah,
I'll just tell you.
both.
Alright. There we go. I'll just tell you that way. That makes more sense.
Bam. Gotcha.
But I would love to. I'd love to be able to. I just don't know if Coleman even has one. It's very possible that he threw this together like
Like, as he got here. Or
2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So we're all looking at the opening hands now. Kevin on the play, which means that a lot of that counter magic is going to be a bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Also, Doro, it's possible that if you're looking at MTGBot, it's not showing up on the stream itself, but it is showing up in the chat. We're trying it out again of taking it off of there. So, just a little bit of a heads up there. David got back here and played with things, which means that it's probably better.
Probably. Could be sabotagey this morning, or this afternoon, late night, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
I'm all over the place. I have no idea what time it is.
So, Kevin kicking it off with a Fetch Shock into a blue-black source.
Probably a Serum Vision. Or did he just pass?
So, going for a blue-black, now what does that tell you about? Like, that tells me one of two
I think
things
he's
about
about
the
to
hand.
get Thoughtseize.
it means that he's likely got a Thoughtseize.
But
Okay, Inquisition. It also tells me that, like, maybe not a whole lot of red cards. But going for that one, because
looking like a counter magic, the blue-black side of things.
we've got a Supreme Verdict, a Trinisphere, a Sphinx's Revelation,
Detention Sphere.
and I'm sorry, what did I say?
Trinisphere.
Thank you. A Detention Sphere, a Sphinx's Rev, and an Explorer. Here's an odd argument. I might argue for the Explorer. It looks like he's going to go for the Sphinx's Rev, trying to take out that late game.
I think I'd
late
go for
game.
something earlier just because Sphinx's Rev doesn't really present a problem until way later in the game, when you're hopefully to have stabilize and have really Coleman under your control anyway.
That's true. But also knowing Coleman's game plan, I'm just probably aware that he's running Eternal Witness, and I'd rather destabilizing something for like the idea of turn 10
Right.
is just not really where my mentality is,
Yeah.
because he has got such a powerful toolbox to get that back.
Yeah. Honestly, after seeing what happened last game, I don't want him playing any lands extra. I don't want him doing anything extra at the
Yes,
start.
and that ramp spell is very crucial.
Do you think he's playing Coiling Oracle?
He's not Joe, so I don't think so. But it's possible. I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
guess that's
if
like
he
the
was.
Tri-Builder slot, probably. And
Modern-
Tri-Builder is probably way better.
Kaiser Modern has Trinisphere. It's in Modern.
You can play it.
I've played it.
I've played it in colorless.
I've played it in
Tron.
Mono Bluetron.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
You can just cast your Condescends through it anyways.
yeah. That was pretty much like Repeal was felt fine through it.
If you play Tron lands and go Trinisphere, or like anything Trinisphere, or Lodestone Golem even Trinisphere, that'd be funny off of
A
color.
Valaku coming in too. You know
Oh,
that he's
the
got
Explorer.
like the Sphinx or the Supreme Verdict is definitely a relevant card as well. It means that
He's
like-
gonna have to play one guy.
it does mean that I'm not as worried about the D Sphere, which means that he's probably right for not taking that one. I still think that I would argue that Explorer is the right choice, but taking out that Sphinx's Rev may not be the biggest thing in the world. Especially since right now you look at Coleman's hand, it's nothing but like answers. If you can force him to answer some cards, then get another threat, maybe you can actually get through it before as he runs out of cards.
Right.
Tokens plus Assault Formation is pretty swanky.
Oh yeah. Swanky, definitely the
That-
word I thought of.
That's exactly what I was thinking. So Kevin drops in a third land and just kicks the turn back to Coleman. He does have this the ability to go grab a land at instant speed, maybe representing something like a Terminate. He could grab a blue source and have a Mana Leak available. So Coleman might be treading a little bit softly. Big thing for Coleman right now is that he is not under any pressure. at all.
Oh yeah.
And
His game plan, they're almost similar in the sense that Coleman wouldn't mind going land, go, land, go, land, go for like 8 turns, you know?
exactly. So he's not going to be playing anything that's relevant, like huge to his game plan. Granted, he doesn't have a whole lot. This Kitchen Fink is the only proactive play that he has.
Yeah. But I mean, if Kevin's going to try to force counter this or try to fight over this Kitchen Finks, it's really just going to help Coleman's game plan, honestly. Which is
Absolutely.
like, that's what Kitchen Finks does.
Exactly.
It helps your game plan.
To Garrett Martin, we don't currently have a deck list for this one. I will try to get one from Coleman, but I can make no promises, unfortunately.
Oh man, 2 verdicts.
I mean, whatever you take is functionally the same.
Yeah, I think you just go for the sphere,
Yep.
cut diversity. Maybe you can,
There's an argument for taking the Supreme Verdict. On the one hand, one costs Coleman more mana, and it forces him to take out his own creatures. But the D-Sphere is counterable. So maybe not too much counter magic sitting in Kevin's hand at the moment is a possibility.
I think if he did have another Thoughtseize effect, though, I would go for the Supreme Verdict. Get both of them.
No, now that's a good point. Maybe we are looking at him going for... he's not casting it this turn, but maybe... I can even understand him being a little bit, like, slow down on it, and then maybe fire one off next turn to see if he can get anything better. Because
Right.
nothing in that hand is, like, killing you.
And honestly, if he has no creatures in hand, he really has no reason to fear those Supreme Verdicts until later in the game anyways.
Garrett, as a heads up as well, thank you so much for joining us. I don't fully recognize your name. If that's because I'm being forgetful, I apologize, but otherwise, welcome to the Geek Fortress stream. My name is TJ,
I'm Ryan.
and yeah, we're having a good time. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. What is Wargate? Wargate is the best card that you've never played. 3 mana
EDH card.
and X. Search your library for a permanent card with converted mana cost X or less, put it into play, then shuffle your library. This is basically Toolbox Permanent deck. Man, I can't complete any words today.
It's hard to say. Toolbox permanent deck. Oh, yeah. Or Grixis running any walkers.
A lightning bolt taking down a kitchen finks always feels bad.
Oh, yeah. Probably Jace, Architect of Thought. I don't think he's playing anything else. No Tie Invest today.
Does Grixis want any planeswalkers? Not often. Where is your Tie Invest today?
It's at home. I came from south, so I didn't have time to go home and then run back here.
Gotcha. I understand.
I'd be tied up, though.
I understand.
I was tied up, so that's why.
He was a different type of tied up.
I could just leave a suit here.
Smitty2330, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. You're a rockstar, and welcome to the Fortnights, where you come for the game nights, but you stay for the Fortnights. I can't finish anything today.
You can finish tons of things. You're good. Hey.
Next time you got there, could you give me like a water? That'd be awesome.
There's no waters.
Oh, could you give me anything that is
Yeah.
a beverage? That'd be great.
Do you want some of this?
But welcome. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is, and how you found out about the stream. Looks like we do have another Valakut joining the battlefield for Coleman. No Prismatic Omen yet, but he is very close to like sitting active right now. Otherwise, we have a spell scout on Kevin's side of the battlefield. It's going to slow down some of those Valakut triggers. What's better in tokens, Windbrisk Kites or Shambling Vent? Probably both.
Shambling Vent seems good.
Yeah.
But
I think that if you're going to run only one of them, I would probably rather have Shambling Vent. But that is purely personal
man,
I don't know, like, the other one's really good. Yeah, it's interesting.
your local meta.
Yes. Yep.
Whatever you think is better against the people you play against.
If you were going up against mid-range decks, Windbrisk Kites. If you're going up against aggro decks, Shambling Vent.
Bam.
There you go.
And you know what's so crazy, too? With Prismatic Omen, all of his fetch lands just become these crazy bolt machines. There's like, 6 you, fetch, 6 you, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that. It looks like a really fun list to play.
This is just so sweet. So we've got lots of mana available. A Prismatic Omen. Like, we have the Wargate and we have the Supreme Verdicts. All that Coleman is waiting for is, again, he's at 21 life.
Yeah.
Diving into turn 8 against Kevin.
Kevin has missed
the
a
Grixis
lot of
deck.
land drops.
He's missed a lot of land drops. All that Coleman has to do is wait until he's got so much mana that he can go for it and pay the mana leak. And pay the, maybe wait until he has counter magic. He just doesn't actually care right
Doesn't
now.
have to do anything.
No, he is 100% in the driver's seat as far as just... He just gets to sit.
I mean, maybe he'll just start now. If he hits
But he can
any
pass
of
the
the
turn
cards
back.
he needs, he'll be able to pay for mana leak, or he just waits.
A snap bolt doesn't even pressure him.
No.
He's just
He could
he's
trade with the
That's a Maloku.
what?
That's it. That's a Maloku in his hand. That's a Maloku
No.
the Clouded Mirror. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh.
That is the 2/4 for 5 flying that you return a land you control to its owner's hand to put in a 1/1 blue illusion creature with flying. So fantastic.
That card is brutal
Against
and
decks
limited.
like Grixis Control, which are purely based off of 3 power, 3 toughness removal.
It does have Terminate.
He does have Terminate, but not much outside of that. And all of a sudden, you've got this endless wave of 1/1 blue illusions.
And lands you can balance your hand and play again.
And when you have a Prismatic Omen, that's endless
Yeah.
Valakut triggers.
That seems
like-
good.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him drop this one down because Kevin has not done anything yet.
Yeah.
Draws out the counter magic. Oh man, and it starts just letting him go over the top of that spell skate.
Oh yeah.
So I would not be too surprised because he can open himself up for a turn and not feel too bad about it.
Is it Cryptic in his hand too?
He does have a Cryptic in his hands.
Cryptic, no, or 2 blue lands.
He's going for a Cryptic for 0.
Or
Is
Wargate
this
for
an-
0.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
A Wargate for 0. He can't even cast the Cryptic right now.
Just remand.
He actually can't cast it either.
Yeah.
So, just to pass
Super
back.
can't cast it.
But even getting hit by a remand, you just pass back. And
Yeah.
again, Kevin can turn the corner hard. Coleman could pass. Kevin could go, snap, bolt on my turn, drop down a Tasigur, da. And you're still sitting
Supreme
at
Verdicts.
you're still sitting on a Supreme Verdict.
Yeah.
That can't be countered.
I think at some point Kevin's just going to have to play into Verdicts. But at the same time, Maloku's not very good at Verdict. But I mean, once you get Maloku online, you don't need Verdict anymore.
I mean, it's going to chump block all day. Kevin doesn't have a whole lot of access of going beyond those blockers.
Yeah.
And if he ever removes it, Supreme Verdict wipes the slate clean.
Right.
So, Spell Snare is so good against Kevin's counter suite. I think we're going to see him Wargate again with that
Fight over
single
his
blue
snare.
open. With a single blue open, that Spell Snare is going to free him from remand. Mana Leak.
Oh, he's going for 2. I think he's just going to go for the since he can.
This is
fight.
the Prismatic Omen.
Yeah.
And he's not leaving up to another blue sword.
Oh,
Oh,
is
no,
he
he does.
logic not? Oh, snap. Okay.
Oh, that's even better. A remand here, and then we're just going to spell snare that. A Prismatic Omen is on the battlefield. Coleman doesn't have the land, but do you even need it? Now you are just at a position, like, this is worst case scenario. You draw no more lands in the game. Next turn, you force in Maloku.
Ooh, bowling in the kitchen.
Like,
I don't think I.
Coleman's going to go down to 19, but next turn, Coleman drops in a Maloku, pays 1, plays his land for the turn. Take 6.
Wow, that's brutal.
Kill your Spellskite. Like, it's just... It's absurd.
And if he gets Explore, he can. Oh man, that's gross.
Right?
Explore, return 2 lands by hand, play 2 lands.
Oh my goodness. All I want to see is, like, I just want to see maybe a String Wildwood in this deck. We haven't seen anything like that, but I think Manlands might be a little bit of a possible ground for Coleman to explore.
Yeah, how does Coleman deal with a Tree Drop Village? He has to play that one, the new white, or the blue, the moon, imprisoned in the moon card or whatever. He can kill Manlands with it.
Hey, T. Benson 80, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. That enchantment is
Hard
none other
cast.
than Prismatic Omen, which again doesn't come up when you just type Prismatic. But Prismatic Omen lands a controller every basic. Oh, that's our mouse. Whoop. Just sneaking in there. So that means that every single land gets to deal damage, just along with everything else. It's like, it's just, you know, everyone gets to be a part of the in-ground. And that looks like a mountain to me. Does it look like a mountain to you?
Yeah, it looks like a forest also, and an island.
Dealing all 6 to that, redirecting both of it to the Spellskite, we're going to lose that one. And if Coleman has got anything but, I mean, a Sakura Tri-Builder can beat a Treetop Village.
One time.
I mean, do you
Then
need it
what?
to beat it anymore?
I guess you can fetch at instant speed and shoot Manlands.
Also true.
Bam. Fetches.
Also true.
Boom bust.
Mm-hmm.
Rain Delight for boom bust. Cast the bust side. Oh, Cryptic Command with him. Oh, he can just tap any lands. I love that too. Like, doesn't matter. You know.
You just get to jam in. And again, this Maloku is going... Oh, he's got a fetch land.
This is what
That
I'm waiting
fetch land
for.
is a mountain.
Yeah.
He
And-
gets to then fetch another mountain, which means that that's 12 damage sitting on a fetch
Why
land.
isn't he playing Knight of Reliquary in this deck?
Probably because it's slow, but he might be.
Who
Honestly, I'm not
knows?
even
Yeah.
going to argue with it.
If Knight can tutor up a Ghost Quarters that does 6 damage to someone, then Ghost Quarters their land, I think that's cool. I mean, that's not what Coleman's trying to do, but I like the sound of it.
Oh, man.
Oh, Dork Dwellers. I don't think it's gonna really do much for Kevin in this game, but it is a cool card.
Oh, man. Dark Dweller's like... What do you even do?
Dark Dwellers
Again,
are
once
cool
this
against
engine
it.
is assembled,
Oh, man.
you just win.
No. It's over.
It is. This Maloku, like, it will very likely resolve unless Kevin has got some kind of 1-mana counter spell for it.
Yes.
Or something along those lines.
Well, you know, the old 1-mana counter target creature spell for 1 blue.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Everyone knows that spell. I'm forgetting the name of it because it's not real, but... Oh, he's even got the tokens.
Ah, what a guy. I mean, there are tokens, but...
Yeah. But he's got him.
Tevin, thank you so much for using this stream to procrastinate. We certainly appreciate it.
EE would be very good against Moloku.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, only...
EE would be an out. But even then, not a great one.
Yeah. If anything, EE for the Prismatic Omen. And then try to fight through this.
And we're just going to use a squid as that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have that illusion token in particular.
What are we gonna do?
Apparently, I dropped the ball on that one.
Oh man, just playing lands to start bolting things. What are you supposed to do? Stifle?
You,
Trick Bind? I guess Blood Moon is super good against Coleman. But even only to so much of a degree to where he can play Prismatic Omen and then just... Oh, he's just playing it! Oh man, it's over.
Surge for Tomorrow.
Hard cast.
Dealing 3 to the Snapcaster. Coleman
6,
is just
right?
not giving him an option. He's just going to deal 3 to Kevin and then 3 to the Snapcaster. He could have
Searing
even
blazing. He's just searing blazing. Every land is just searing
He's
blazing.
taking his time. Man, at this point, I don't think they're updating the dice because it's pretty close to over at this point.
Yeah. Oh, how sweet. He doesn't need, it's crazy. He doesn't need Scape Shift.
No.
Just doesn't need it.
The Prismatic Omen, and then the deck is just... This deck is just... In its game plan is, okay, so eventually I'll have 10 lands.
Yeah. Eventually I'll get there. And then when I get there, I'll have Valakuts. It'll be cool.
And I'll put together something. I don't know what, but something. What's the blue card? That is Moloku. Let's see if I can get it really easily. There we go. Moloku, the Clouded Mirror. A flying 1 mana to return a land you control to its owner's hand, and you put in a 1/1 blue illusion creature with flying onto the battlefield. 2/4, which makes it contend pretty nicely against Bolt.
Yeah. You know that one removal spell that everyone plays.
A Valakut in hand. This Valakut is presenting 9
Fulminator
damage.
Rage.
9 damage on the battlefield through that Valakut. 6 damage after this Valakut, or after this Fulminator Rage. Runes is good time.
Oh, man.
Oh,
So
man.
how you have to get to 7 lands, Scape Shift, for lethal, right? It's 2 Valakuts, 5 mountains. That
would
does
deal 18.
18? Okay. So it'd be 1
It's 1 Valakut, 6
6
mountains, yep.
Okay. Yes. Who needs that? Just play your lands as you need them, and then
Oh,
play
yeah.
Prismatic Omen. Easy.
And he gets a Wargate!
Oh, man.
Watch him Wargate for the sweetest thing possible. I bet he Wargates for
Yeah.
Sun Titan.
He could. He has enough, too.
Oh, man.
Wargate for Sun Titan. Oh, just play this Valakut, do 9 damage.
Or,
Come on.
sure.
Sure.
If you want to be boring.
Boo.
And we're just going to float a mana, return it to his own hand! Yeah, oh, man!
I kind of forgot about that part.
By the way,
Oh,
Todd,
man.
Mountain Travel decks are the best decks. Coleman's going to take a sweet win. Oh, my
That
goodness.
is wow.
Absurd?
He wasn't kidding. He said when I walked out there, he's like, I got dibs. I was like, why? What are you playing? And he showed me Wargate. And
So,
I was like, okay.
The reason is that he's not going to be here all day or all night. He unfortunately does have to take off for work. But this is a deck that has been a long-time classic.
Yeah.
There's a reason there's a Command Wargate, which is when Dylan first brought it, it became immediately just notorious in the stream for
Oh.
Wargate. And so Coleman, it's been requested since then, and it hasn't been around.
Yeah.
And so Coleman, being Coleman, decided, you know what?
I'm gonna make a Wargate.
We'll give the
deck.
people what they want.
Nice. This is Coleman's Wargate too.
Absolutely.
Very much so.
Let's go ahead and head back up to that booth. We've got about 6 minutes left. It means that we're unlikely to get something else for this round 1. But that means that we get to play a game of 20 questions. We'll see you up there.
Bam.
Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
I'm Ryan.
And we're streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 4 times a week.
4.
4.
Man.
I know.
That's way too many.
Absolutely. You can join us
Is there
every
that
single...
many days in a week?
Yeah, actually, we have
There's
not been
5
utilizing
now.
all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I guess we include weekends in our week.
Oh, what are those?
Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, is that what those are? Weekends?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're on both ends, I guess, not just both of them at once.
I always thought it just kept going. It never ended.
I mean, if you want to get into oh man, let's not get too philosophical.
Okay.
But
Moving on.
every single Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, because we are in Snohomish, Washington, you can join us for Standard, which is actually kind of a fun format that we've got here. It's a little bit odd. Kaladesh coming out. D. Brian, thank you so much. 42, thank you. It's great having you. You are a rock star. Welcome to the Fortnights. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is, and how you found out about the stream. Mama Trinity, it's good to see you. But you can also find us for Modern.
Yeah.
Modern's fun. You're watching it here tonight. You can join
Is
us.
that what this is?
Oh yeah, this is. It's Modern Times here. Every Wednesday at 7 o'clock Pacific time. But we've also got Saturdays at 6. Now, this coming Saturday,
It's a lot of money.
I don't believe we will. It's pre-release weekend.
Oh, right.
Yes. Pre-release weekend, of course.
coming out, right?
Yeah. And I'll be doing that one. It's always a lot of fun. It's one of the most fun events, though. Stay
We don't
tuned.
stream that, though, right? At all.
We will not be streaming it. However, there is something that I'm considering streaming. I have to talk to the person for it. And actually, I'll just ask you all. If I were to contact, and if it worked out also, so no promises, but if I were to contact someone who is a local game designer who made a game and it was recently put up on Kickstarter.
Oh yeah,
And maybe did a game demo for them, like on
that'd
stream.
be fun.
Maybe we could
Some
try and
alternate streaming.
yeah, and just try doing something to like the their Kickstarter just came out. They did a lot of the design and play testing here.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get them to hop in here and watch a little bit of how that game works a little bit
That'd be
and
fun.
maybe rep it a little bit. But we're interesting. Who's the character on that path to art exile? Well, we don't know. He was exiled, so we don't really talk
He's
about him.
going to be.
Yeah, we don't talk about him anymore. Shimmy Inspector, we do not stream draft, unfortunately. It's actually
Shit.
incredibly hard for us to do that from any sort of way that I would be satisfied with the
Yeah,
quality.
it'd be hard to know what they're playing for the most part, and
Mm-hmm.
then I feel like a lot of watching draft is watching picks more than the games, even sometimes.
Exactly. Cal, you like TJ Jr.
Am I TJ Jr.?
I don't know. I'm not really sure who they're maybe that person?
He's dressed nice.
He's not my son anymore.
No longer is the boss.
He was exiled. So, I don't know. I'm mulling over the idea in my head. It might be a little bit fun. Murph, it's good to see you. But otherwise, you can also join us on Fridays at 7:30 for Legacy.
That's some good stuff.
It's all kinds of good stuff. We're also
All Magic's good though.
Oh yeah, and we're waiting to hear back from Twitch. I'm excited about that one.
Yeah.
One day we'll get there. One day we'll hear some things back from them. Find out if we did in fact get that partnership. Well, I mean,
What does it normally take? What's like the
Apparently-
requirements?
oh, what is it? So the official requirements, like the ones that they put on their website,
Yeah.
is like 500 average per stream, and then at least 3 times. But then they say like there's so much play in these numbers, kind of thing, because like, you know, if we were doing say Hearthstone or Rocket, you know, like all that stuff,
Right.
Rocket League, like 500 is not unusual. But where we're sitting at is actually like a decent number for a Magic stream,
Yeah.
and so they make some kind of variation depending on things.
I guess that
so
makes sense.
We'll see. How are things going tonight? It's going well. I've got Ryan in the booth tonight. He's breaking the dress code a little bit, but we're letting it pass.
little bit.
We're getting back to our roots a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of the future, and you know, the duality of things. I'm dressed in red. You're dressed in blue. I'm a little more blue, and you're a little more red. Oof. At least in the Magic world.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that you were sad.
No.
No.
Not that guy.
Okay, so we've got 4 rounds of Modern tonight. It's been a solid time. We just watched Wargate,
Yeah.
the legendary Wargate. Take
Valakut. Wargate
Down.
for Valakut.
exactly take down Grixis control. We're gonna try and get another matchup shortly for you as the round comes to an end. Now there's a good amount of players out there
Yeah.
having a good time. There's some sweet decks in the
Lot
field
of
tonight.
decks.
Banto Drazi out there in the
Oh,
hands
really?
of
Oh,
Bryce.
yeah.
He's trying out some sweet tech of Gideon, ally of Zendikar.
Oh,
on the
Bryce is
sideboard.
playing. There's someone else on Bant Eldrazi too. I saw.
Ooh, who's that?
A new guy. Never seen him here actually.
Okay, very cool. Very cool. Blue Baron, yes. Yes, she is. He's a little bit country. We do both kinds, both country and western.
I love that. What kind of music do you normally get here? Oh, we have both kinds.
Oh, what a great movie.
It was a good movie.
Man.
We could even do that if I was more blue.
Oh,
You know.
I've got the sunglasses in my car.
Oh,
I've got everything.
that'd be a good Halloween commentate.
Ooh,
Just
oh.
dress it. Or just paint my face green so it's just eyes and a mouth. That'd be good. Floating.
Doro, getting a little bit, actually, May is no longer on Esper.
What's she playing?
Maeve's been on Jeskai lately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Thanks.
Tebin.
Thank you.
That's true. This is your third official stream with us.
Yeah.
You'll also be here on Friday.
Oh yeah.
Maybe got bit a little bit by the commentator bug?
I like magic. Kind of, definitely, for sure. I think.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun having you in here. Hope you don't get burnt out too soon.
I don't get burnt out or anything.
Ever?
No.
That you can always tell the red mages.
Never.
Get us some blue action. We just had Grixis control up and Wargame.
And we saw, yeah.
Both of those were very
both
blue
blue
heavy
decks.
Both blue heavy. Both. I mean, one of them running Snapcasters, the other one running Cryptic.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't, like, if that's not blue enough for you, I just don't know what is.
Right.
So honestly, you really love Nahiri Breach? Absolutely. Murph, it was Todd Stevens. Todd Stevens was the deck designer for Bant Eldrazi.
I'm excited for what's it? The Torrential Gearhulk for any Through the Breach deck. That seems so good.
Oh, your deck design of I want to Through the Breach, a Torrential Gearhulk
To
to
Through the
flashback
Breach.
Through the Breach to then get the card.
Yeah, whatever card I want.
Free 5/6.
3, 5, 6s. The value train.
Oh my goodness.
Or, you know, Nahiri ult, get Torrential Gearhulk, flashback Through the Breach, get a guy. That's where we want to be.
Yes. Clearly, you're building with the right mentality, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
not that you should win, it's that you should win more.
More. If you're winning not enough, you gotta do it more.
Exactly. I really like that mentality that you're taking. It's a good approach to the game, and it really means that
Yeah.
it really gives an opportunity for like others to actually win. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah. And if they can't, you're gonna really get them.
Exactly. Like when it
Overkill.
happens, it happens.
If only there was like, I beat him in 2, but man, that second game, I really beat him. So they're gonna give me like 4 more points, or better tiebreakers or something.
Oh man! So I think it's time to do a little bit of some quick 20 questions.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a nice fast one. We're gonna try and find
Some
a.
randoms.
Oh yeah.
Not
That was a sweet art though.
Yeah.
That was absolutely a sweet one.
No, it's so hard. I mean, they've actually gotten some of the cards faster than I would ever expect anyone to get. No, you just oh,
Ooh, I kind of like that one.
that's so weird.
Do you like that one?
I do.
All right, let's go ahead and play some 20 questions. We'll see you on the other layout. Whoa! There. Wait, that's all the previous questions. Let's go ahead and fix that.
No, it's the same one. You got it. Quick.
Those are the wrong ones. So let's go ahead and move this on over, and then feel free to start asking some of those sweet questions as we do some 20 questions, waiting for round 2 to kick off. So, if you've got questions, we've got answers. They will be yes or no. Somebody killed you at the shop, killed you with a 1414 Primacrux. That's awesome. That sounds actually pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Man,
I'd do it.
is it red? No.
Damn.
Actually, I specifically do red cards so that it doesn't actually look like it's favoring towards them. Modern Legal. Do you know this one?
Is it? I don't think so.
It is, actually.
It is?
Yeah. Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
yeah, okay, yeah.
In fact, I think it was originally Modern Legal to my knowledge, but it definitely is.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I just like, I don't know. That card's so off my radar.
Exactly. Is it a creature? Yes.
It is indeed a creature.
Yes, it is. Starting to narrow it down a little bit. So we're a little bit in the favor here. Is it blue from Sam? No, nope, not a blue creature. Once it's a creature, you know that it's basically not blue. There's no good blue creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not at all.
True name Nemesis? Crap. In an EDH game of 5 people, you can only name 1 player. How good is that?
Absolutely silly. That card is clearly garbage
Dies the Supreme Verdict.
and will likely never get played.
Rough.
Is it green? Yes.
I
Yes,
like
it
the color
is.
pie. That's a good way to narrow it down, really. Until it's like hybrid mana or 5 color or something.
You never know. You
Is it
never know.
red? Yes. Is it green? Yes. Is it?
Converted mana cost 3 or less. Yes. Yes, it is. Let's do here. It's going to look like a heart. Yes, it is. And is it rare? Yes. David,
I feel like that doesn't help.
have a good night. I mean, it is a rare, and actually that narrows it down pretty well.
Yeah.
It is monocolored. Yes.
It is monocolor. Getting it.
Yes.
Do we just go for the bold guesses?
Sometimes, but I just tend to not go for the. I don't really yet say yes or no to any of the actual guesses until the actual one comes up. That way I can focus on the yes no kind of questions. Right. Also, the next one might be coming up. It might be worth taking a look out there.
Oh yeah.
Hey, okay. Hello, David. It's good to see you. Is it an elf? Yes, it is. It is, in fact, an elf. So we're getting through this. We gotta fire through just a little bit. Is it Prismatic Omen? No. No, it is not. Is it a Mana Dork? No. No, it is not. Does it interact with the graveyard? No. It does not interact with the graveyard. Graveyard. Interact? No. Alright. Is it from the Time Spiral block? I don't believe so. Let's see if it was reprinted in there. It was not reprinted in there either. So no, it was not. Might want to narrow it down just a little bit, because otherwise we'll have to pause it to get ready for the next match. I don't know the exact years. It is not legendary. I'll give you that one. You might want to get to the qualifying factors again. Does it have a tap ability? It does not.
Alright.
It does give other things a tap ability, however. It does give other things a tap ability. So I'll be entering things as you ask some more questions. What do we got?
We got a good one out there.
Alright.
We got Bryce on Bant Eldrazi.
It is not a modern staple. Yes, it is converted mana cost 2. This is gonna say I'm counting it's up to 12. But I'm sorry. What was the players?
Bryce is on the wall, and he's playing Bantal Drowsy versus
Okay.
Jason on Nightfall, or the Nether Reliquary.
Ooh.
What's that? Return
This
to
is
Koralhelm.
this is Nightfall.
Yeah, Bandex.
Oh man.
Oh, Bandex all day. That's really good. I love that.
So actually, this is going to be a quick note that I take here. We're getting close.
I love Draugr Tree Speaker.
Hey, Slivortal. Slivortal?
Oh my gosh, you
Takes
have
it.
no way. There's no way you're just like, oh, it's not Scavenging Ooze, it must be Joiner Death.
Okay, why not?
That's awesome. Good
Why
guess.
not? Slivortal. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But let's go ahead and add you to the Wall of Edge Champions as we
That's so
get
funny.
ready for the next match.
Shuffling up there.
Alright, so Slivortal, you have been added to the Wall
Man,
of Etched
Joiner of Death. Gotta be.
Champions.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be. You just
gotta be.
can't deny it. So let's go ahead and get this reset. Let's get ready for round 2. Now, Nightfall versus Bantal Drowsy. I'll tell you all a quick thing here. The person playing Nightfall, actually, not the biggest fan of playing under camera. So we're gonna try and be phenomenally nice and friendly and constructive because it's just something that they're not super comfortable. We haven't been able to get them on camera for a long time.
Oh, really?
And yeah, as of tonight, they were like, you know what? People have asked for Nightfall. Let's
I
do
did
it.
curtsy for him.
Did you really?
Yeah. I had to give him one just to see if he wanted it either, if it was worth it. The second curtsy did go, and he's up there.
Oh man. So let's what is Nightfall? Night of the Reliquary, Koralhelm, retreat to Koralhelm. But let's head on down and just get ready for it so that we can watch them and we'll explain a little bit when we get down there. Let's head on down if you want to give them a thumbs up.
You're good.
Alright, so we're about to kick things off, and from Jason, starting off with a fetch land. Now, 2 main cards to keep in mind about how this deck is going to be working. Knight of the Reliquary
The Quarry. Night of
Yeah.
the Quarry.
is going to be one of the main cards here. It does have tap to sacrifice a forest or plane, search your library for a land card and put it on the battlefield and shuffle your library. Is Geist
I think
viable in this
so.
format?
He's always been for some amount of...
It shows up rarely. It shows up occasionally, actually. And we're going to kick things off with a Noble Hierarch, means that the turn 2 Knight is possible. But otherwise, we're going to be looking at Retreat
Oh, Knight
to
for Knight.
Koralhelm, which I messed up.
So I'm not really sure what the Bantal Drowsy decks play. Like, it's
Oh,
just...
I know him well. Yeah. Retreat to Koralhelm. This means that every time that you fetch one, you untap the Knight of the Reliquary and keep jamming it down. What if no Knight in hand? Then it just ends up being kind of this value tempo beatdown creature-based deck. But it has a control finish. Okay.
I mean, a lot of time, just the extra scries or whatever can help you get there, too. It's not exactly that bad of a card to just have.
Yep, so
Multiples
Bryce
get really rough, I bet.
does have another notable Hierarch, but right now we are looking at possibly a turn 2, Matter Reshaper. So good. I was thinking that or Eldrazi Displacer.
Oh, nice Displacer. Ooh.
And it's going to get pathed pretty quickly. Doesn't end up getting the ability to search for the, but
Yeah.
it's like basically it died and you got to flip it and it was just a land.
Fetch land.
Exactly.
Getting value out of it anyways, right?
So,
So many
and that does mean that
noble
he can
hierarchs.
start casting into things like a Thought-Knot Seer. Against a deck like this, which has this little bit of a value board, ends up being pretty solid. Otherwise, Jason, with plenty of mana available, can't talk today.
In the vault.
Going for 3, is this going to be the Knight? Or, I think I see the Retreat in hand.
Do you play the Retreat if you have the Knight first?
I think that you play the Retreat. I think that if you have them both, you play the Knight first. That way you don't have Sonic
untap.
Sickness and you're
Yeah.
just able to win the next turn as opposed to a couple turns down the way. But it does mean that he's now about to play a land for turn, I believe. Maybe not. No.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
The Township?
And, are we going to about
Oh,
to play Voice
untap,
Resurgence?
I like that.
Yes, this is Commentator Bryce.
I didn't realize really how much value you can actually get out of untapping your Noble Hierarchs with this too. Just untapping your land. It's untap target creature.
Rathmar,
Okay, yeah.
it's the day of the event. That morning or the evening before, you can grab a deck registration sheet, you'll write it down, you'll hand it in at the players' meeting in the morning. Or you can buy a special, like you can pay extra to be able to go for it. But I thought Nuts here coming in and going to grab that Collector Company
Leaving Jason
out of the hand.
hellbent now.
Oh, yeah.
But he, I mean, that was actually good. He can empty his hand out. I mean, it would have been an awesome situation to be able to collect a company there.
Oh, absolutely.
But what did he draw into?
What about Marrow Dreamfish? This one is not 4 colors. This one is a little bit to the left that were put together a little bit before, I believe. So I don't believe that it's going to be closer to the 4 color one. This one does go for the combo a little bit more. This is a very sizable Voice of Resurgence, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
You can activate the Gavany Township. Not at the moment, but you are still swinging in with like a 4/4 if you feel like it.
Right.
Which he does, and I don't think that Bryce is going to be trying to trade with that anytime soon.
Yeah.
Because it
Gives him another card with 5 open mana. It does not seem like
gives
a
him
good
another
plan.
card and a 4/4 creature.
Yeah.
Like, that is just, you win in
That's
that
some
one.
value.
So,
I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of that. In
oh yeah,
both these
a
matchups.
Reality Smasher would be pretty decent right now because there's not a whole lot getting in the way of it. He does have 2 Reality Smashers as well. Look to see him drop that one down and then just start trying to get some beats in. Because if he swings in with that board, it's 9, and if Jason blocks any of it, he's not going to be like thrilled about that.
Exactly.
So we go for the jam in, and I mean, we might see him try and chump block with the bird, but there's a world in which you don't do that at all, and it looks like he might just take the 9. It's a risky play. He's going to go to 6, and the problem is that this other Reality Smasher in Bryce's hand makes that really rough. But if Jason is able to get in, yeah, he's in a pretty rough spot with the board as it sits. You go for the swing. You might just hold back your board.
Just to block.
Maybe
Try
get
to
some
trade toughness.
Yeah, and you can actually just go for some full board kind of blocking. But we're just going to go for a swing in
Reality
for
Smasher.
4.
It's the Eldrazi, basically.
Yep.
Stronger than any Evercool or... Man. And it's kind of crazy to see how fast the Eldrazi deck can really flat out guys. I mean, he did get Path and Accelerate a little bit, but even...
I mean, this is with no temple.
Yeah.
But yeah, the deck just bashes in hard.
The creatures are just like strong enough, even resolving, Thought on turn 4 or Reality Smasher turn 5. Like I played them as one of them in Blue Tron, just like being able to play them as a finisher was enough. It just seems so weird.
And it's so much value stapled onto creature to if the colorless mana base is something that it comes to your deck naturally. There's almost no reason not to if you are doing if you aren't on a synergy gameplay.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of reason not to run them just a little bit. Now, obviously, a lot of the decks right now are on synergy game plans, which is why you don't see them all over the place. But Bant Eldrazi is such a natural inclusion for the format that it sits nicely. The mana base is good. The Bant works out really well. You have a very powerful cantrip in Ancient Strings. You've got an extremely powerful disruption in Thought-Knots here. You've got this idea of like a turn 3 Reality Smasher, so you can play like this accelerated game plan,
right.
But your fair game plan is fine. And then,
then there's that guy.
look to see him at the end of the draw step just flicker his Thought-Knots here.
Yeah. Because, it's almost like Vendilion Click in the sense where it's giving him a draw, but you're going to be able to manipulate his hand a little bit.
And we're firing off a Coco in response for Jason, explaining the attack with the voice just a little bit more.
A little bit of a bait.
That's a Loxodon Smiter and a Spellskite.
It's pretty good.
I think that Smiter's going to be trading with the Thought-Knots here. How about you?
Seems pretty good.
No, because you're not going to be able to trade with the...
You're just going to be able to
Smasher.
block.
So I think that I just take that one out, though then Bryce just flickers it. And it means that he draws a card and you don't get a whole lot. But it means that you also get to keep your Loxodon Smiter, and maybe if you draw into a path, you can actually look at a world in which you're bashing in for the win, or you're forcing Bryce to block.
Right.
Still, Bryce is in the advantageous position right here, because Jason's going to be looking to go down to 1.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
that Skite is able to actually redirect the Eldrazi Displacer. He just doesn't... Oh, he does have the blue mana to pay for it, too.
Oh, wow.
So he can actually redirect this Eldrazi Displacer to the Spellskite. So, I think we are just going to go for the block for it. That's going to end up trading. And that's
So
5.
good.
Letting it go. He's fully aware of how that Spellskite is going to sit on the board. We're going to go down to 1. We lose the Smiter, but we draw a card. There is a world in which Jason is okay.
He might just pull it out.
Man, there are some very This is to the wire. Oh. Do we have it, though? Because he can't shock any lands in. Fetch lands are no good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that if he has any fetches or shocks in his hand, that they're not going to be doing anything on this board as it currently sits. Right now, you can pass the turn and do a decent job jump blocking. Preferred to play the other Smasher and keep the Hierarch back to block. I think that I would have preferred for Bryce to play the other Smasher. I think he went for the game plan that was maybe a little bit
tapped
cute.
down his creature.
Went for a game plan that may have been just a little bit too cute. He can swing in for 4 reasonably well here.
Can he activate Township?
He can, and he can make it 5 damage. The problem is that means that you're losing some of your blockers, and you need most of them to sit in front of it, but it
Right.
means that the Spellskite can fully block the Smasher and not take any damage off of it.
So do you think you just hold back with activated Township?
I think that holding back is not the worst play, but I also... it's risky. I think applying pressure becomes kind of this nice spot to where even if you activate this once, you're looking at next turn swinging in with your Birds of Paradise for 4 or 5. And that, I think, might be just the amount of reach that you need. Oh, a Scavenging Ooze is not a bad play here.
Yeah.
Can't... oh, no, he can.
He can gain enough life to fetch again.
He can actually put 3 counters onto this,
Yeah.
I believe. Are there enough... Oh, there are
I don't
only
know if
2
there's-
creatures in the
yeah.
graveyard. I think there's only 2 in the graveyard as it sits. There is. So you can put it up to a 4-4
Oh, he's got Locks on
and
Spider
trade.
and...
And then the
Oh,
Thought
and the
Lancer.
Thought.
So he can at least get it up to being a 4-4 and actually trade with that Reality Smasher and get this Spellskite in front of the Eldrazi Displacer.
Another thing he can do, too, is gain life, fetch, to tap down a creature.
Gain life, fetch. Oh, now that's awesome. Good line. Using that retreat to Coralhelm really for its full value. That's a really nice line. Because then you top down the Smasher.
And
you have your
don't have
spell
to discard
schedule.
if it's just activated ability, right? It's a spell.
No, it
Yeah,
is
okay,
spell.
Okay.
I love that line, actually. That sounds like a fantastic line. Going for that one, you've got your Spellskite to disrupt any of the Flicker shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
And then you untap. If you have any lands, you can go for it that way. Otherwise, I might almost be on the Bird Beatdown game plan.
Oh, yeah. Bird beatdown.
The Bird Beatdown is like, it's flying in as a 3-3. That's a sizable clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I like this line for Jason.
It's going to be such a crazy comeback if he can get this.
Man, that is...
So we got another Smasher
Or-
coming in.
There's even a world where you want to trade with this Reality Smasher because you come out ahead. Because if you, like...
Yeah, block with voice and whatever.
And then you just make those skews big enough to where it actually does die.
Or voice can block Smasher alone. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, but it has trample.
Or isn't it voice a 5/5 right now?
So now I think we're going to see a world in which pre-combat we gain 2 of the life back, fetch, tap down a Smasher.
All right.
Oh, and doesn't see it, doesn't see the line. So we're going to pick it up. Bryce takes that game 1. Now, would it have worked, though? Let's think about this a little bit, because it's very possible that Bryce just had the win anyway.
Yeah, 2 Smashers.
2 Smashers, so you gain 2 life. You go up to 3, you fetch. You grab. Now you do have a 4/4 Scavenging Ooze. Then you grab a fetch land, you tap down 1 of them. You do have the ability to block and trade with the Smasher, the Smasher that is unblocked.
Right.
Now he ends up leaving you with your Voice of Resurgence and taking down your... Or do you block with
I don't
the...
think he accidentally fetched. I think he just fetched on purpose to kill himself rather than die. Because
I
I'm
think he
pretty
was
sure
saying-
he wouldn't have fetched and been like, oops.
Yeah. I think he may have just, like, done that, and Bryce may have said, like, you can't, and Jason said, you're right, and so because not having the option. But I very much doubt that at a regular REL they would have been super strict about forcing him to maintain that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. I think he actually could have maybe not won the game, but came out of it, at least that situation. I don't think he was necessarily dead.
Mm-hmm. Rathmar, currently I do have a Dryad in the main board. Tap 1, gain 1, double block the Skews and Voice, and it does force getting the Elemental. I was thinking about possibly going for that play.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like it. It was something that I was definitely considering as a possibility, because then you end up getting a 4/4 back, and you can activate it, and it ends up matching up pretty well, because then if you drop down any creatures, it contends really well. Otherwise, you just start activating into the township, and it trades with the Reality Smasher as you
Right.
continue chump blocking. Yep. I think he also had the Birds of Paradise, which he could have
He had
activated for the
two-
birds. He had the
Two Nobs and a bird.
And I think he only needed to gain 1 life, so he would have had the other Noble Hierarch to get in the way of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it's just gain 1 life, double block, and also get a block in on the Displacer,
Yeah.
tapping down the Reality Smasher. And I'm not even sure if that like gives you the win all the way through.
Yeah, I think it just helps you not die there.
Because then you're looking at getting aggressive with that token, but Bryce still had a way to actually block that one. The Displacer, he had a Spellskite and did have open blue mana.
They're just not open green.
Though Bryce could have activated it more than once, I believe. And I don't think that Jason had more than 1 blue mana and still had blockers.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So, yep, I think
maybe,
Bryce had it.
Yeah, maybe Bryce did just have it.
I think you are correct. Todd, have a good night. Have a good time at school tomorrow.
See you.
He's the teacher, not a student.
See you.
He gives everyone a B+.
Oh.
Hello to the over 200 people joining us.
200.
I know. My name's TJ.
I'm Ryan.
We're streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Let us know how you are doing. If you're brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. I am a premium card today as I realized that maybe this wasn't the best shirt to wear.
But hey, it looks nice.
Thank
From
you.
Here.
I appreciate that.
The
From
wiggle, the illusionary, like, what's it called? Mirage lines don't exist in real life.
there. Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay.
Or maybe they do. I can't even tell.
Whoa. Man. So I think that Bryce did end up having the win there.
Yeah.
I think he had the ability to outpace that.
Right. That was a really interesting game, though.
That was definitely...
I was almost like, well, it's all done. Gotta find another match. But that was game 1.
No, that was down to the wire, and I'd love to see what we can see after postboard, too. 100 Rabigo. I'm not sure if we have fish in the field tonight.
I didn't see
We
any
do
more
have it
fish.
in the store, however. It's occasionally here. It's here somewhat regularly. I'm just not sure if we have it here tonight. In fact, it won our Saturday. No, it came in second for our Saturday event, I believe.
We'll go first.
What got first? I totally forget.
Not fish, though.
Was it you? No, it wasn't you.
No.
Okay.
Could have been me.
It may have been.
In disguise.
Possibly. I'm spacing on it just a little bit. Right, so... Honestly, I'm not sure if Jason did have it out there. We
Yeah, I don't think so. It was hard to see just because they picked up, but I think Bryce actually did have it.
Yeah.
I just totally forgot about Displacer being able, like, multiple
More than
activations,
And Jason couldn't have paid the 2 life there.
Right.
He does actually have hair. He had hair like that up until about... Actually, both players played well in that one. I'm not going to say that either play. Like, that one came down to the wire. Jason very much had the possibility of going for a win there. And I think that he played some really solid lines. But Bryce just happened to have some really solid ones. And that 2 Reality Smasher,
Yeah, what are you going to do?
very difficult. But I think that Jason played some really solid
5/5
games there.
tramplers just come in. No, that card's so...
And 2 of them especially is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think we're going to see out of the sideboard for these 2 decks?
For Bryce, I would love to see him bring in the Gideons. Because they'll be great blockers, good continual pressure, and it grinds really well against a deck like this, which had all those blockers, and eventually that ult means that you're going to outclass his creatures.
Right.
But Bryce going to go for a quick fetch here, down to 19 on both sides of the board. Jason playing a Ghost Quarter, which actually is going to be a nice way to maybe temper something like an Eldrazi Temple.
How many basics are in Ban Eldrazi?
Not many.
Maybe
Not a
like
whole lot of
1,
basics.
2? They don't play Waste.
Maybe 2.
No.
They have played a Waste in the past. It's not super popular, though. But it's happened, because Blood Moon just completely shuts you down.
Yeah. That's definitely what I noticed first in the Legacy version. It was just like, every time Blood Moon comes in, I'm like, I hope I draw GT and Simian Spirit Guide.
Jedi Dad, this stream needs more goblins. They
Does
play
it?
3? Okay.
Okay. I mean, I would.
I figured they were on 2, but
You gotta play basics.
you gotta play basics.
They're the best cards in Magic.
Got
Oh,
it. It's
man.
2 forest. Okay, I was thinking just a forest in the plains.
Yeah, they don't really need blue for any of their cards, right?
It's the Drowner of Hope is the
Oh,
big
okay.
thing for it.
They are Calvin.
Mm-hmm.
What is the card on the Nightfall side? Scavenging Ooze.
That is a Scavenging Ooze. Hey, Coleman, it's good to see ya.
Nice old shiny one.
Mm-hmm.
I think Scape Shift is pretty good right now, or at least even the Bring to Life versions are still pretty good.
They're fine on a local meta. I wouldn't really... I don't know. They're not very... Like, they're very, very slow.
Mm-hmm.
And their deck is so fragmented by having that tutor engine. But the tutor engine isn't online until 5. So your first 4 turns are this kind of very mix-meshed kind of deck.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure how convinced I am by the deck. In the right meta, it can do really, really well. As a meta call, it can probably be fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it being something that is like this ubiquitous top deck anytime
Yeah.
soon, though. Hey, Time Walking, it's good to see ya.
Yeah, I'm trying to build some kind of Scape Shift variant. I've right now it's pretty bad. I just want to try playing that Splendid Reclamation. Just play like Harrows, Fetches, whatever. Just like try to fill your graveyard with Munchland Splendid with like Amulet of Vigor or something, and then Scape Shift.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Alright.
Bad stuff.
We have got 3... Ooh, we have another Matter Reshaper. We've got a Matter Reshaper and a Drowner of Hope. Oh, and we do have the Displacer. Huh. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Bring Tide is online before turn 5. You are correct. You are absolutely correct.
But you need lands
Mm-hmm.
for that Scape Shift.
And yeah, I think in the right meta, it could absolutely do brilliantly. And especially if you're able to decide what those silver bullets are going to be before turn, you can really tune it. Bryce with the EE. I don't think we're going to see him firing it off just yet. I think he's going to be looking for a bit more out of it. I think the Matter Shaper may be coming down, but it doesn't look like it. Just a pass back. And I think it's because we have no colorless mana available.
Oh, right.
Ooh, Bryce with none of the colorless lands right now means that Matter Shaper is rotting in hand.
I was almost going to say, I guess that Ghost Quarters, what else is it hitting besides Temple, really?
Right, so if Bryce, we're looking to draw into another land, drop down this Matter Shaper, or this Drowner of Hope, and that's going to be an incredible card.
Yeah,
It does look like he's running 2 planes.
Providing the... and a forest.
Yep. So maybe 4 basics, or maybe that's how he decided to go for a split on 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
I love Jason.
Jason's awesome.
His choice, him as a Magic player, he's a good guy.
I just like Jason a lot. Really, really nice guy, really friendly, just phenomenally, kind of this quiet person. But, when you get to talking with him,
Yeah.
he is just this big-hearted guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really, I feel like I actively don't get the opportunity to talk to him as much as I'd like.
Yeah, you don't see him as much. I used to be around here more, but I feel like he's someone who kind of comes in and out, too.
Tristan Bacon always has a place in the Meat Lovers meta. It does mean that Ryan ends up becoming basically tier 3, however.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad in the Meat Lovers meta.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know, bread. Is bread meat?
Peter, I am honestly not sure. I'm still debating it. But hush. Because if I talk about it, then people will want me to do this one. I haven't decided yet.
Wait, RGPT?
Yeah.
The modern one?
Well, thanks, Ryan. So we're going to drop down this EE on 2.
I'm confused.
I haven't decided yet if we're streaming it or if I'm playing in it. Because it is for Dallas.
Right.
So,
Hey,
I'm still
what
on the
if you
fence.
play it and then you get other people to talk about you playing? That'd be
almost
wacky.
it almost never happens. It's almost
What?
impossible to get 2 people for it. So I'm just going to assume that I wouldn't be able to.
Psh, me and Dylan could do it, or me and you could do it,
See? That's
and then we could play in the
that-
tournament too.
perfect.
So what we do is we get 2 guys who look a little bit. No, we can make
We can get robot hands.
hands.
Yeah. So, we are going to swing in 4-3, knock him down to 11. We are left at 18. We have the, doesn't look like he wants to go for that trade just yet, and doesn't want to actually pop this. This EE on 2 just doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
I think on 1 would have been better. I think on 2, you're going to give him a 3-3 if you pop it. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but we've got a Reality Smasher, a Thought-Knot Seer, and a Matter Reshaper in hand for Bryce. He is just not getting any of that
colors.
land.
There's no way to fetch out waste either.
There
right?
is not.
There's no colorless fetch.
Unless he's running
Is
Evolving
that,
Wilds in his deck.
What is that card?
That
Is that
a
Hushwing Griff?
That is a Hushwing Griff.
Man!
That is
Let me tell you, I love me some Hushwing.
that is hilariously fantastic. That is brilliant. I'm not sure why they're moving the table.
The Hushwing Griff. It just got too rocky.
The Hushwing Griff really needed some adjustment happening right now. But, like, it completely negates his Eldrazi Displacer.
Yeah.
It completely negates his ability to get value with most of those cards, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And I love that
Drowner
it's...
becomes a, what is it, like a 2/2 or a 3/3 or something? Or,
Well, Drowner becomes a 5/5 for, like, it's still a
Is it a
5/5 for
5/5?
6. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that card's gas. But, like, in Jason's deck, all of his ETB abilities are lands.
Mhm.
Like, so this is actually fantastic. It's a little bit weak to path, but at that point,
If
whatever.
they're pathing your Hushwing, it's just like, it's that better than... or he plays like, what does he play to protect his knight when he's going up? Is it a Sidri Step or something?
Yeah, so Jerry Step is often the one, and he might even have it as a 2 of. So I've heard him anecdotally, he'll always have it in hand whenever he needs it.
Yeah.
When he with the Knight of the Reliquary.
Oh, when he actually needs a 2
And a
for it.
Coco at the end step, he's even got the path in hand, actually. I think he's been
Oh.
avoiding casting this path just in case Bryce has got a wastes. Also, he's just not that worried about the board, but that's going to be a great answer to the Drowner of Hope.
He can path and get weight. Oh, another Hushwing!
Looks like path is no longer an option.
Oh, man.
Now, like,
The Griffin, or the Griff, Hippogriff.
oh man, we are looking at some flyers coming in hot. At this point, it, like, so Bryce's hand would have been so much better with colorless mana. He would have been curving out, and this would have, like, it wouldn't have even been relevant because they would already be on the battlefield in a lot of
Right.
cases.
Now it just looks like he's holding up counter magic.
That being
which-
said-
it's not the case.
That being said, these Hushwing Griffs are excellent. Oh my.
You know, just swing with one to get the, what's it called, exalted. Get in there for 4 anyways.
I mean, you might as well because it's like it's just an extra damage, and you're not going to be blocking with them by any means.
Yeah.
This is sweet, and again, I have to mention this. How bad does this EE on 2 look?
Oh, yeah.
It's just
Nice EE on 2. Yeah.
nice. Yeah, it's just it's right now it would be paying 2 mana to give your opponent a 6/6.
Oh, yeah.
And I just don't think that that's... I think that Bryce may have deployed that just a little bit too soon, even preemptively. And the problem is, like, 3 isn't excellent. It hurts him a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think
Preemptively,
that
2 doesn't really get much besides the Scavenging Ooze,
That's-
voices.
that's what I've got.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the same boat as you there. I would have even considered putting it down on 3 just because it does hit so many... It hits Lockstone Smiter. It hits Retreat to Coral Helm. It hits
This combo.
Knight of the Reliquary. And yes, it hits your Eldrazi Displacer, and that's unfortunate.
But you get a card.
But if you can...
Or, yeah, I mean, what's it called? What's the Reshaper? It hits your own Reshapers, too.
But then you get a card off of that one.
Yeah.
So I would have actually preferred dropping that down on 3 as just kind of this fail-safe button.
Do you think he maybe didn't want to put on 1 just to save his own Noble Hierarch?
I think...
At
But
the
he didn't
time?
have the Noble Hierarch at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
don't know. Putting it on 2, I think, may have just been a little bit of a... I think Bryce may have been running on autopilot and on this idea of, like, EE, put on 2. That's just kind of what your thought is. And I think it just may not have been the correct play.
Right.
And otherwise, getting that Temple Ghost Quarter so early on
Yeah, it was so bad.
annihilated Bryce's gameplay.
Right. If he could have drawn any color sources, he probably would have been in an okay spot.
Would have been probably an
But,
okay
I mean,
spot.
honestly, Jason had a lot of good cards. He had Coco off the top there, was really good. The Hushwing Griff just having in hand was, I mean, not like he was flickering anything, but just the, what's it called? If Jason wins, give him a beaker on me.
Terra the
Right?
Twinkie, I will do that. You have my word that I will do that.
Deals.
Oh man, that was a sweet game too. Not so much in the like. Okay, let's talk about it in like this opposite way, right?
Yeah.
On one hand, Game 1 was sweet because that was some tight play from both players. It was really solid. Game 2 was sweet because we were able to just see Jason do some really cool things and slam into a brilliant sideboard piece.
Yeah.
After going for a really nice Ghost Quarter early on, deciding to back off on his game plan just a little bit.
Right.
Nailed this Eldrazi Temple and completely destabilized Bryce's game plan. And it's so funny because looking at that was an exact example of why so many people, I've heard it said before that, like, Blood Moon isn't as phenomenal as you think against the Eldrazi deck because, it can tutor up those pieces. But Blood Moon is probably the singular best
card
against that deck. And, it's not because you upset their colors, because you're right, they've got mana dorks. It's because you take away their entire capacity for colorless.
Yeah, and that's really what is so crushing. I mean, what do they play to get rid of that besides... Do they play like a...
They can run some enchantment hate out of the board, but in the main board, what you're looking for is Drowner of Hope. Drowner of Hope gives you the Scions to actually get colorless mana, and that is like your best...
Do they play Worldbreaker? The green exile...
Sometimes one in the board.
That's a good answer to Blood Moon, I guess. Or, I mean, it's not like you... I guess you have the green...
It actually does just cost green, so you have the basics.
Okay.
And that one becomes a much more relevant and viable play. So I agree with that one. But Blood Moon is so good against Bant Eldrazi just because it completely annihilates, except for Drowner of Hope, which is a 6-drop.
Right.
Their ability to actually cast their most powerful spells. Their mana base is tuned around casting the cards that have that colorless mana base. And exactly.
The one mana Spreading Seas.
When Kabuka is completely correct. Spreading Seas and Seas Claim are so good. 8 Seas is phenomenal.
Man, I really wish the Merfolk Tribal Seas Claim that doesn't... It adds island, it doesn't make island, but you draw a card if you have a Merfolk. If only.
If only. And absolutely, you are correct that Summoners like Todd actually runs a 1 of Sky Spawner. Just for the potential. I mean, 1, it's a flyer.
Yeah.
And that's nice. And 2, you actually get a little bit earlier of that colorless mana.
I think Sky Spawner's good.
I think Sky Spawner is a great one. I love it as a flex spot in Todd's list. I've seen it completely overperform, and I've very rarely seen it underperform.
It costs 3 mana in the deck that...
You get a 2-1 flyer and a 1-1.
Yeah. Great blocking. Honestly, it's not even a bad late game top deck, because you got 2 guys.
Exactly. And that can do a lot to buy you time.
But you get a 2-1 flyer and a grounded guy. Aquatex Will, yeah. That's the
other one?
Deep Fiend.
So, we have got Eternal and Birds of Paradise from Jason, another one of these mana dorks that helps him get into that 3 spot, which is so big for his deck. Bryce, I think he's got the Temple. Watch this. I think Displacer is going to be coming down. Hey, Gabagad, it's good to see you. I'm not sure why you're saying my name. I feel like you're about to correct me on something that I said. Oh,
everyone loves those forests.
I will.
It's a good forest.
I will.
Should we just
when you
tell
walk
right
up,
now?
Not in the middle of a game, but
Nice
after the
forest.
game, as you're finding us another match, if you want to take a moment to say Jason 2 things. 1, well, whether or not he wins this matchup is going to be one thing. The other thing is say, everybody loved your basics.
I think I'm just going to shout that at him. Only run.
Let's be a little bit kind about it. But a Spellskite coming down, it is going to disrupt Bryce's Eldrazi Displacer. He does have a path in hand. By the look of it, but he's only got green mana except for this Birds of Paradise. The Birds of Paradise is available to actually take that down right now, however. So, do you take this down if you're Jason? I think that there's a good argument to be made for it just because you don't want to have to deal with it, but you are going to have blue mana next turn. I might wait for it until a little bit later, maybe hit something like a... and I think he's going to be patient, wait for something like a Reality Smasher.
Yeah.
Really big there. Is Meekstone modern legal? I don't believe so. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No. Tell him you like his Spellskite altar? Okay.
Is it altered?
It is not. Oh, man. So, we are going to be going away with it. Didn't he scry to the top? Yeah, but he may just not. I mean, meh. Meh. So, I mean, I've scryed plenty of times with no value off of it.
Oh, yeah.
Especially I love doing a mulligan. Doing like this.
Fetch.
I don't need that. You always put it on the bottom, too.
Yeah.
You always bottom it, then fetch. And we're just going to bang in for 6. We do have a fetch land available. We're going to block 1 and possibly... Oh, we're even taking the 3, so we're still being on this cautious game plan. We're going to take 3. And Jason, this screams Coco to me.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, another Displacer.
And a tapped land. Watch the Coco come down. We are going to fetch for it. Yep. So we're going to go down to 16 for this. And I'm expecting... I mean, you might almost just go for the white-blue. Oh, just for the basic. Okay, so he's being pretty cautious about these basics. I'm a little bit curious about it, but maybe just really trying to preserve his life total.
Yeah.
And against an aggro deck like this that can drop down 1, but Bryce's hand has really minimized itself at this point. He's sitting on just a Path to Exile, which is Not bad by
Not
any
bad.
means, but also I wouldn't call it phenomenal.
Well, let's see how this Coco goes, and we'll see how that path sits. Is that a deflecting ball?
I think I see like 2 voice of resurgence.
Okay, yeah.
That's some solid blockers, and one of them's going to translate into a basic land most likely.
Do you have to reveal all cards of Coco?
You
You just
do
look at
not.
the top 6 and you put 2 creatures in.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, there's an argument to be made for going for this Noble Hierarch as well, because of how much it can ramp him, and it can also mean that he can go for the singular creature beatdown game plan. Hey, the dude, it's good to see you, and hello to anybody else just joining. Looks like we're still hanging out over 200.
Oh.
That is pretty exciting, and I think I even forgot to put out my tweet, which I'm sorry about that.
A tweet.
Right?
How are the people supposed to know?
I know.
If that little blue bird isn't telling them.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I dropped the ball on that one because we were running a little bit behind
Oh.
schedule.
So I think he is gonna fire off. Did he path him at his upkeep?
Very likely. Except he's still tapped, so I don't know.
Yeah, because that means voice triggers, right? Or is it collected company? Do you have to path in response to the collected company if you don't want the voice triggers to happen? Like once collected company
So-
gets cast, they're just there, right?
Once Collected Company has resolved,
Yeah.
they are just there. You don't get to respond to those being the cards that enter the battlefield.
I see.
That is correct. They just are on the battlefield now.
So, is he about to get a bunch of? I'm not really sure what just happened there. Oh, it was still his end of his turn. That's why I told
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I was thinking.
So went for that one on his turn, passes it back to Bryce, and let's see here. So no, because it was on Bryce's turn. Yeah. So that's why Jason Slander's still tapped.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, we're looking at a pretty decent board, and those voices are just fine. Like Bryce, especially now not having that path to exile in hand, that is just a solid board that is going to be very disruptive because Bryce attacking into that doesn't feel particularly good.
I mean, he can start flickering the voices.
You could start flickering the voices because we did lose the Spellskite,
Yeah.
but Jason has a path of his own. Or that Hushwing Griff is in
Oh
hand.
my gosh.
So we're gonna path one of those and just drop in a Hushwing Griff, possibly? Oh man, that feels good. I think at that point I just bash in for. Do you bash in for 4? Or do you hold him back to be blockers? Looks like you do.
Get in.
Jason's liking his odds here because eventually he'll be swinging in for 6.
He's just gonna hope. Oh man, I wonder.
This is gonna be sweet. Here's another Coco too.
Oh man, so he can hold up Coco, or if he goes for the activation, he can flash in with Hushwing Griff.
Oh,
That feels really gross.
that is so good. The flash on that Hushwing Griff is big. Like that, I think that, and he draws into yet another path. That almost makes it a little bit better to where I just fire off this Coco. Because nothing that Bryce is going to be flickering is going to be like a big game here.
Exactly.
Do you fire off the Coco?
Yep.
Yes! And you might line up into some brilliant blockers here. I mean, like a Knight of the Reliquary locks on Smiter looks pretty good. That Scavenging Ooze doesn't look too bad. We might drop that one in.
No, that seems good.
Kitchen Finks is not bad at all. Like a path is going to happen. A
Yeah,
path
I
is
think-
going to
I
take
think we're
down
about to see
probably that
something.
Kitchen Finks, and it makes it to where you take 3. Firing it on that Kitchen Finks, it's still on Bryce's turn, so the voice is not going to do a whole lot there.
Yeah.
He does go up to the 18, and he's got this Scavenging Ooze, no way to block, but you can trade with the Matter Shaper if you wanted to. I'd probably just take
think you just take it.
6. Yes. Yes, I can.
Coco. Oh.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's no Coco on the screen. Be very...
Ooh, I don't know. It might be
Marshmallows.
delicious. That's what all that white man is getting us, some fluffy marshmallows.
Yeah.
So we are just going to take the 6 and go down to 12, and I think Jason likes his odds at racing this one.
Yeah. I think he has a pretty good clock here.
Melvin, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for
Here
joining.
with the game nights and staying for the fortnight.
I mean, you get to swing in for your own 6. You're winning this race. You're dropping in a Hushwing Griff. You've got your own Voice of Resurgence that can be sit back on blocker duty. And I think that I like getting a 5/5 over getting whatever Bryce gets that's converted man cost 3 or under.
Yeah, seems good.
It seems okay to me. You've also got another Birds of Paradise if you feel like it. I mean, it's going to be a blocker,
Feeling
right?
good though.
I don't know.
It's a good blocker.
Exactly.
It's fine. Put a Sword of Fire and Ice on that baby. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me.
Man, I am loving what Jason has put together with this deck.
I'm glad the Bant action scenes in play. All different Bant decks, too. Completely different Bant decks.
Oh yeah, McQuack, it's good having you. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Let me know where you're watching from, how you found about the stream, and what your favorite color to play is. Sorry.
What's your favorite color?
Mine is red.
What?
Yeah, how about yours?
No colors. Just colorless.
Colorless? Nice.
I'm not sure what my favorite color is anymore. It's
red.
It's red.
Man, look at that board. We're just going to flicker one of these with the Eldrazi Displacer to tap down that Voice of Resurgence, but still, 8 damage sitting on board with creatures, actually not many of them in the graveyard, and just 1 blocker. If you block it, you're going to be going down to 6. That's pretty problematic. I don't know, because we can, like... You even have a flash blocker if you want to.
Yeah. Jason's just so set up in this game.
Right. He's not in a bad way. So we're going to flicker this Birds of Paradise. We do still have some options as far as this goes. But it looks like he is just going to lose that. The swing for 6 happens, but then you untap, and can Jason defeat that board as it sits? I think Jason I don't think he drew into yet another path. So I think he's going to be going down to 12. But with Bryce sitting at 9, like, you've got 8 on the board. Bryce can flicker 1 of those. There's a lot of options right now. Interesting. And we're going to flash in the Hushwing Gryff. I think now we are offering and we're just going to take the 6. We've got lethal on board. Bryce is going to have to spend some of this mana. And anything that he has, he's got the Knight in hand, I think. Yeah. Or do you just pass the turn and force Bryce to not have enough?
Oh, I don't know. I think you beat in right here. The Gryff, the everything.
And apparently, are we looking to flicker some of that? He'll have enough to flicker 2 of those, but not all of them. He's got the
Tribal Birds.
He has not got enough, so he's going to flicker 2 of these. He's going to take 6. He's going to go to 3. Jason plays out this Knight of the Reliquary. That and the 2 birds is enough to survive.
Yeah.
So he takes 8 here. Knight of the Reliquary coming down. Oh, is that a Kazali Pridemage?
Yeah,
A
okay.
Kazali Pridemage and a Knight of the Reliquary come down. Bryce cannot get through all of these blockers. No. Those are activated abilities, so it's not going to trigger the Voice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. If Voice was like, if you target him at
Oh,
all, you
man.
just get guys.
We get an Ancient Stirrings. We've got to dig, but that reality... Ooh, the Reality Smasher. How many lands in the graveyard? How many have we got? What can we do with it?
He doesn't have many lands in the graveyard.
No, I think we've got 1. That means that some of those creatures combined can block it, but
Yeah.
that might be enough. So the Smasher comes down, and he can flicker 1 creature.
Can he flicker 1?
He can flicker
the
1.
2 fellows.
But
Can you activate
I think he can make it to where he only takes 5.
Temple? Can you use Temple to activate?
Yes, you can.
Okay,
yes,
right.
you can. But now he can't. Activating is no longer an option for him, so he's either casting the Smasher or activating the Displacer. We're looking for a colorless spell here. I think he might have this one.
Really?
Yeah, because like if you play the Smasher, you end up actually using 5 of your mana. You only have 1 left. Unless he grabs a Temple off the top here, then that's what he's got there. A Drowner off the top is pretty solid, but I don't think that he has that. By the look of it, I think that's a counterspell, not a Drowner. I think Jason might have
draws
this.
off these games, though. It's been coming down to the wire.
Yeah. Interesting. Killed the bird. Killed what bird? Jason didn't block last turn. He hasn't been blocking at all. That is Drowner. So if he takes the Drowner... Ooh, the Drowner is really good. Oh, but... No, because he has the Caves. The Caves is another blue source. but he grabs the island.
Or planes?
So he doesn't take the Drowner of Hope. So it looked like a Drowner to me. I don't believe that Jason is holding a path. I think Jason is in top deck mode.
Yeah.
So he doesn't take that one.
The Griff is underneath the voices.
Oh, you're right. The Griff is out. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. Got it. Okay. So the Griff shuts down the Drowner too.
Mm-hmm.
All we're looking to do is... We have got nothing. We have got nothing. The Hushwing is out. Bryce drops in this Reality Smasher, and if Jason blocks correctly,
Jason wins.
then Jason wins. And it's just going to be that simple. All you got to do is toss a bird in front of each of those creatures. Even one of those creatures. It doesn't matter. Double block that Reality Smasher. Again, who cares? That trample is good.
Bird, and the handshake.
That's going to be a handshake. Oh, Jason takes it with
Oh, man.
Nightfall.
That's crazy. Two really close games, too.
I know.
I mean, I guess you can't... Game 2 was a little bit more in Jason's favor, but man, that Game 1 and Game 3
Very
could have been
good.
anyone's game, just maybe based off one or two top decks, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of those plays also could have gone the other direction. That was quite a game. I actually really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was a good pick. Good
I
job.
think maybe just EE on 2, but I don't even think that would have been enough to really win Bryce that
And that was
game.
still in game 2, which
Yeah.
was already so much in Jason's favor.
Right.
But you want to see if maybe there's a game 3 out there?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you've got 2 announcements for him really quick. And if you could give me something to drink, I would super appreciate it.
Sobe...
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. All right, let's head back to the booth. That one.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll head up. Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ. Ryan is my co-host today, and we are having a blast. I hope that if you have not yet, be sure to hit that follow button. You can also follow me on Twitter and know when we are streaming, and it's a good way to interact with me, get in touch with me, ask questions, give comments, give feedback, and all kinds of other sweet things. But I hope that you're having a good time. Thank you so much to the 270 people here. Round 3 should be coming up shortly. We just watched Bant Eldrazi go up against Bant Nightfall. Nightfall, such a sweet deck, put up a great performance, took it down in 3 up against Bryce, one of the co-hosts. Very good games, games 1 and 3, down to the wire. It could have gone either way. Didgeridoo 85, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's great having you. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is, and how you found out about this stream. Hey, looks like you're moving to California from Arkansas. How is it living on that side of the country? I love the West Coast. West Coast is an absolutely beautiful area. Let me know what part of California. I was actually born down there. I go down there a decent amount of it. But I absolutely, I love California. I prefer the Pacific Northwest for the rain, but it's definitely all kinds of fun. But yeah, West Coast is a beautiful place to live. The ocean is glorious. It's a good time. I would definitely recommend it. I would definitely recommend it. The Star City tour is not nearly as prevalent, however. Thoughts on Madcap Experiment combo? I am not at all interested in it. It's sweet. I hope to see someone resolve it. That's kind of cool. But I'm just... I don't know. I'm not thrilled with it. I think that there's a lot of merit to the idea of, like, if there was a 4-mana 8/8 artifact creature that didn't allow your life total to change, there's a good chance that I'd play it, and maybe you can start diving into a world in which you sideboard with some really powerful artifact haymakers, and you can just consistently hit those. Like, sure, maybe there's a world in that one, and maybe it would be cool. Like, there's a chance that it's competitive, but I don't know. I don't know. We mentioned that we do paper, legal, pauper events. How does the paper, legal meta online compare to it? The main difference is that it's almost the same. There's a couple other cards added in, like Merchant Scroll is added, but otherwise High Tide, Goblin Grenade, Sinkhole, and Hymn to Trock are all banned in the paper one, so it doesn't enable a ton of stuff. But Hive Minding with Madcap, that's pretty hilarious. That's pretty great. But stick around because we've got more Modern coming towards you. Crossfire Killer. Ooh, Crossfire. That was a sweet game. The old good ads. 1833. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Whoops, just threw something there. Pretty far north, just outside of LA. Excellent. Excellent. Like that one. But the opponent searches first. Very cool. Very cool. You think it's good with Blightsteel Colossus since you can discard it? You run Soulfire Grandmaster. See if you start running other cards that are not good to enable other cards that are not great, I think that's when you start turning this deck into kind of a mess. So I think that if you're gonna do it, it needs to be a 1-card combo that just grabs the Platinum Empyrean, and that's what you're going for. Hey, BJ, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're having a good time. I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Let me know where you're watching from, how you found out about the stream, and what your favorite color to play is. Mine is personally red. I'm watching from Snohomish, Washington, a shop called Geek Fortress, and we should be heading into the next round pretty shortly. Ryan out there taking a look to see what he can find as far as maybe a Game 3. Sinky, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for this generic brand beverage.
Oh, nice. Generic brand.
We're not sponsored.
From generic brand, yeah?
Exactly. Are we going to be heading into a Game 2 pretty... Nope. So at round 3, coming shortly. In the meantime, if you have any questions, any comments, any feedback, now is a great time to toss them out there, and we'll do our best to answer them.
I let Jason know his forests are very beautiful. Everyone loves them. And everyone loves him.
Everyone loves Jason. He's just the cream of the crop. He is. He's the Macho Man Randy Savage as far as Jason Wests go.
Of all the Jason Wests.
Right? I don't know.
Possibility Storm? What are we talking about?
Ooh, my goodness. All right. Hey, thank you, David L. Byer. I appreciate that one. I
Wait
got
till
this
it goes
vest.
to little screen.
I got this vest yesterday, actually. True, it is a delicious beverage. I will say that this delicious generic brand beverage is so super tasty.
Do we have to rip the labels off?
Nah, you don't have to.
Oh, it'd be cool. We can write our own labels on it.
Nice.
T-Juice. TJ Juice.
Any predictions for the bands and the BNR announcement?
For modern or...
For everything? I'd say maybe Peregrine Drake is banned out of Pauper. Otherwise, I don't expect much.
I like that. I like that guess.
I just
Speculation.
don't. I don't think that a whole lot is going to be changing. I think that like, I maintain that Modern is not in a bad spot right now.
Yeah. What's
And-
the problem in Modern right now? Really nothing.
I mean, people like there are things that could be better about it, sure, but if you're going to fix it, it's going to be fixed by banning like 20 cards, and then you just get up with a worse format. I
Or
think.
print new interesting cards like I think they are. I really think, honestly, a lot of the cards coming out, not maybe in this next set, but moving forward, there's been a lot of powerful cards.
And every single set has added cards into the Modern pool, and I don't expect this one to be any different.
Conspiracy did even a lot for Legacy, even if it's only for a couple decks. You know, any cards that go into really Modern or Legacy, I think, is a big deal. Because like, how many can you expect to see? Really, like a whole set can't be Modern playable.
Yep. So I'm honestly just not expecting anything. Like, I think the one thing that I would like to see is just one more good generic removal spell.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun. Like one, because right now a lot of
Chain Lightning.
a lot of your a lot of your removal. I don't know why I said email. A lot of your removal is so conditional. Like you've got Bolt and Path, that's your good removal in Modern, and then everything else is relatively conditional. Even Bolt finds itself conditional at times. So maybe a good removal
even
spell.
Path, because like giving them a land isn't exactly what Control always wants to do.
Right.
As
So
far as
I think
philosophically.
as it gets closer to the ban announcement, I'm okay with talking a little bit, as long as it stays civil and doesn't get just like screamy.
Yeah.
I
I think. I mean, like Death Shadow aggro, is that really like a problem? I feel like I see a lot of numbers, but I feel like the deck's pretty frail to certain things. I'd like to see Control be better.
yeah.
That's the only thing I want Modern.
See, and that's the thing is like I like Control exists. Certainly, it's tap out Control, and there's even blue-white Control if you want it. And like I think that another good removal spell would do well. But honestly, like I was reading an article today, it was Ryan Overturf,
No.
and like when you think about it, you don't want Control to be so good that it's just got nothing but answers, because
Exactly.
then the format is like I think one thing that he said is like Modern doesn't need miracles, Legacy doesn't even need miracles, like. So I just, another thing that maybe does a little nice thing there.
Yeah.
I don't think the Grave Troll's going back.
Definitely, Control as like your number one deck can be kind of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because as far as for the speed of, I think, what Wizards wants for the game, but sometimes I can see like super fast aggro being just as bad. I'd rather almost lose to just counterspell everything you do, grind you out, and then like turn 3 you're dead.
Yeah. So I do think that there's definitely just some options out there, but honestly, I kind of like the format. Like, I think that there's a lot of intricacy in some of like what comes down to the wire, to where just swinging blindly at your opponent will usually lose you the game.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think like every deck has its autopilot, even Control. I think where you had the hand you got and you won because of it. But
Yeah.
I think Modern does present a lot of decisions where you're really going to have to like either of those players, if they made slight misplays, lost in the game. Could have at any of those moments because those
And-
games were so close.
And even there's even some possibility that those games could have had a different outcome if some of those plays had just been a little bit different.
Right.
I mean, even in game 2, I don't want to say, like, it was very much one-sided.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But an
yeah.
Eon 3 may have turned that game. Because so much of that board was limited to that 3,
Right.
was relegated to the 3
Or
mana
just
slot.
doing the one and trying to crack it quick. Maybe it could have slowed down at least some of Jason's plays or something.
Yeah. So honestly, I think Modern's in a good spot. I think it's going to continue being in a good spot, and it's going to continue to evolve over time. Every set keeps adding more to that card pool. Sometimes it makes the aggressive strategies better. Sometimes it makes the control strategies better. And sometimes it just leads to some new, really beautiful synergies.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had archetypes pop up that have never existed before in the past.
No, there's definitely, even in the past, this last year, a lot of new styles in Modern deck. I mean, you know, what's it called? Lantern Control didn't really exist in any format of, like, that kind of deck. It even brought it into Legacy, sort of. You know, someone played a Legacy variant and did well enough to where it's like, this is impressive to see, like, new designs come out.
It's about to gain some tools as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some fairly good tools.
I don't think that Become Immense is too good.
Oh, no, not
I
at
don't.
all.
I don't at all. If it was too good, then you wouldn't see a bunch of other decks that are doing similar game plans and not running it. Like, if it was so good, then you wouldn't have other strategies not running it and having a very similar game plan. Like, there's a lot of
Like,
aggressive
Zoo
decks.
could probably play it.
But
Not Death Shadow.
I
Or
don't-
Death Shadow Zoo does, but like mid-range Zoo.
I very much don't think that Become Immense is so good. But round 3 is getting posted, so let's see what we can find out. You're right, Nahiri and Eldrazi, both entirely new I guess.
Yeah, archetype.
Like-
Eldrazi isn't really. It's like just super good at. I mean, Bant Eldrazi is a little different than the normal aggro or mid-range deck, but
I think that they both find themselves, like, Bant Eldrazi finds itself in, like, a mid-range deck that really finds itself with this, like, mid-range that just happens to have super aggro hands.
right.
And then Nahiri is just this completely new take that is a really fresh breath of air for the classic Jeskai
Nice to
control.
have like a 4-mana walker that actually is super proactive in not only just winning you the game but helping you not lose it.
Absolutely. So I'm pretty excited about Modern going forward. I look forward to watching it more in the future. And the next round just got posted. Let's see what we can find out.
Cool.
Cool.
I'll go out there.
Thank you. All right, so stick around. We've got round 3 coming at you soon. I am quite excited about it. Yeah, but also just in general, my mentality is that ban should be an absolute last resort for all things, because every single ban is awful. It's just awful. It's not fun. It's not good. It's not fun for any of the people who built the deck. It's upsetting to anybody who's building the deck. Bans are not good for the format. Most bans are just bad for the format. That's just how they are intrinsically. Like they're just gonna hurt things. It's gonna hurt the format when you ban something. You need to make sure that the card that you're banning is hurting the format more than the ban would. And I just don't think that anything is in that position right now. That's my thought on it. Unbans, I don't know well enough. I haven't done a lot of testing it, and I'm not gonna speak without knowing better. There are some cards that maybe could be unbanned. There's a lot of cards that I don't think should be unbanned, and I think that that's just the way that it goes. So that's where I'm sitting. That's where I'm sitting. But maybe there are some solid cards that might come off, and there's some cards that might get put on.
Yeah.
Bye, Dylan.
See ya. Who is that guy?
All
Okay,
right.
we got a good one.
Dude, you've been nailing it tonight.
Yeah, it was almost what's it called? Bryce is playing against. There's a Bantmere out there. Anyways, the match we're doing right now is Mason on Zoo versus. Oh man, I didn't
Mason's here?
Yeah, Mason is here.
Aw.
Let me get the other result.
Okay.
No, it's Mervin.
By the way, David,
Marlon? Mervin?
Death Threat Shaman should never touch Modern again.
No, never again.
Okay, so who's on what side?
Mason's facing the wall. No, Mason's against the wall, and Mervin is facing the wall.
And tell me what Mervin is playing
He's
again?
on 5-color aggro. So I think he's playing Tribal Plains and something spicy like that.
Is this Okay, so let me just tell you what I hope it is, but I don't think it is. There was a deck that came out that was running Cavernous Souls, Pillar of the Pay Runes. That was running like all the things that could pay any color of mana, and then the ones that could only cast creature spells but tap for any color.
Oh, okay.
And then you run
Ziggurat
an
or whatever.
only multicolored one creature type deck. So like you go wizards or humans,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just run like Pillar of the Pay Runes, which can only pay tabs
Mhm.
for
Yeah,
multicolored spells, and then you run like Ancient Ziggurat, which only casts creatures, Cavernous Souls, which taps for any color, and you basically have a perfect, like you have 16 perfect lands for the deck.
Oh man, so I
hope it's that.
I don't think it is because I saw birds, so I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's like Tribal Flame Zoo.
That would be sweet. Though.
But
I'm
that
excited.
deck sounds awesome.
It was one that was conceptual, but I haven't seen much come of it. But let's head on down for round 3. Let's see what this 5-color. I mean, it's the one that is a little bit more streamlined versus the one that has probably a lot more versatility.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
You guys are good.
So, taking a look at this one, who's gonna get your initial edge? Because I'm actually gonna give mine a little bit to Mason here. I think that having the 3-color mana base just gives you kind of this faster out of the gates feel
Right.
to it, and
It's going to be more. It's easier for Mason to assemble what he's doing, and he's on a lower curve, so I think he might be able to take the game a little faster. But I'm really interested to see what this 5-color aggro deck can do. Oh,
Mason giving
Siege
us a nice
Rhino.
little smiley face. What a nice guy.
Oh, thanks. I like this.
We do
sweater,
have
too.
the Siege Rhino.
Yeah. We see a Siege Rhino, Mana Confluence.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's playing Rhinos. Tribal
Hey!
5-color Rhinos.
Jingading-dang-do! Thank you so much to you and all the people who are watching your stream. Thank you for joining. My name's TJ.
I'm Ryan.
We're streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 4 times a week, and it's great having you. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. Ermac and Cheese, what a great name.
Is
Ermac
that-
from Mortal Kombat.
Oh, this is a
Mana
very
Confluence.
foil bird.
Dropping down a gorgeous Birds of Paradise. My goodness. Get Peter on the phone.
He already knows.
So, we're going to fetch into this one, and it looks like we might have the Wild Nikado coming out the gates pretty hot.
That seems like a pretty good first play for Nice.
Unless, if he's got the bolt, do you bolt this bird?
I think you always bolt the bird, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of times, even on burn, I bolt the bird. Or is it Kurdig? Nope, Nikado.
Okay, so we do have the Wild Nikado. Okay.
I like being called Flat Bill.
Ermac, you were always famous to me. Alright, so we're going to drop in this 2/2 Wild Nikado.
We're
That's going
doing
to match
fun
up
and
good.
fancy today.
There's a Spell Queller in Mervin's hand.
You're a liar.
No. That's aggressive. Oh my goodness. Josh, I honestly don't know what Disappearing Act does off the top of my head. But,
Cloud Shift, your Hulks.
oh my goodness. Death Red Shaman is insanely good. It
You
should
can
not
play
touch
it in
Modern.
every deck. You can play it in Burn. You can play it in Control.
It would get
you can
played in
play
Burn.
It's
It doesn't
just too
force the
good for
unfair
Modern.
decks to interact at all.
You
It just
pretty much you choose to play it in every deck that you. It just does everything you want to do in Modern. Gain life, land, creature.
And
like-
we're gonna Helix the Bird. Do you Spell Queller that? I would.
I think you spell Queller
think
it.
you
Oh,
Spell
man. Ah!
You take 1 for it, though.
Yeah. You do take 1 and remove a counter off that.
What a sweet line of play.
Remove a counter off the gemstone.
Oh my goodness. What would I say to a Twin Unban? I'm not a big fan. But if that's what they... Like I said, I haven't done enough testing with things as it sits to really be able to speak with it and be 100% certain. I don't think the Twin should be unbanned, but I could be wrong. And I'll be accepting if that's what they
How
decide.
do you feel about Twins matchup for Burn?
It's okay. I mean,
That's why I never cared about Twin.
Like, it's-
I'll beat you.
it's okay.
I don't know. I never felt like Twin was that much of a problem. I felt like Twin actually put a lot of decks in check.
That's true, but I don't know. I think it just did everything a bit too well. I think that's what it just came down to.
It got a lot of value out of cards like Remand, where other decks just didn't see the same.
But I think it just did every single bit of its game plan just a touch too well. And we're still going for the birds. How do you feel about that at this point in the game plan? Because we have a City Breast, a Mana Confluence. I guess actually taking out the pain-free mana is, I think, going to be more relevant than I may have
helixing
just
into the
initially
face.
thought. Mason's going to go up to 16
He's about
here.
to be out of that land too, so cutting off land or mana, I think is still.
I think that you are absolutely correct.
Ooh, that's a nice forest.
Mervin is showing off.
Yeah,
at
he's
this point.
a big show off.
Now you're just showing off.
if Exarch gets banned, I don't know. I mean, you don't need to ban Exarch.
I don't like swapping
them. Yeah, I really don't
Mm-hmm.
think it needs to.
Okay. Domri, that's not a bad point, actually.
It's a really good point.
That's a really... Honestly, I think that Twin should stay banned, but that's a personal opinion.
I just think what the problem was they're like, ban Twin, let's make Iogen really good. You know, like, that was a problem, I think. But they corrected that, too, so...
Yep. Okay.
Oh, man. Deathrite Shaman.
Thanks, Toro. Good to know that Deathrite is banned in Modern.
Dang it.
Darn.
How's my five color aggro would be way better with Deathrite Shaman.
No kidding. So a Siege Rhino going up against these Wadnakattles, it does mean that Mason doesn't get to attack nearly as well.
No.
We've got the 4 mana available. Mervin still in a little bit of a tight spot. We do have an abrupt decay. What is happening with this? I love everything about this.
I like it.
So we're gonna. Oh my goodness, we're gonna take 2, abrupt decay one of these Wadnakattles, but Mason, like a path right now out of Mason. Oh, even just attacking here is a little bit bold. Mason's gonna go down to 12, sure, but again, Mervin is functionally hurting himself like very actively.
Oh yeah, he's got 2 pain lands and 1 land that's pretty much it's a Lotus Petal at this point.
He does have a Crit Ape in hand. He does have the path. Oh man, are we putting it? Okay.
Path your own creature, or the Noble Hierarch, is that what you...
My goodness. Oh, man. What have we got? Rhino's Trample anyway? Yes, it does. Yes, it do.
Oh, the apes. Some Arabian Nights action, too. Signed as well.
Yeah, I think there's probably a world in which I would have attacked with the Siege Rhino into both of those Wadnakattles, because if Mason double-blocked, you take down one of them, and immediately you trample over for 2, and you eliminate both of them. He's got at least 1 basic book fair, but we're taking so much damage just to go for this.
Yeah, that's what you
That's
gotta
a
do.
Voice of Resurgence. We're gonna another
He's got an
Noble Hierarch.
expensive mana base.
He's-
Is that a Lightning Angel? I love Lightning Angel. Lightning Angel is one of my favorite cards ever.
What is happening right now?
I've always wanted to play this card because I'm like, why wouldn't you? You can't bolt it. It's got haste
Dude,
and vigilance.
He does everything you could ever want ever.
Oh man,
Knocking Mason
that's it.
down to
Next
6.
Modern, I'm playing Lightning Angel. I don't care what deck it is. It's probably gonna be just guys.
Oh my goodness. So,
Oh my God, what Lightning Angel?
an attacking for 3, just going to go for a chump block. Not using that Lightning Angel is a little bit surprising. Maybe just trying to keep it from out of bolt range, because Mason, being a deck, just trying to play around that one. But otherwise, he does have the Crit Ape to keep this pressure up. Honestly, I'm not too...
Oh! I love that card. Some of my favorite
we don't
cards
have the
being
mana
played.
to do it, though.
It's green.
Yeah. We do not have the mana to go for that one. I think Mason just got a little bit confused about mana base and just accepts the classic. You know what? You're allowed to chump. The mine should be gone, right?
Oh yeah, the mine's gone.
If you wanna.
Oh, the gemstone mine's gone.
Okay. If you wanna.
Actually do that.
The gemstone mine is gone.
I also couldn't use that one mana.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we know.
Just trying to get that gemstone mine out of there.
Did he gain life from the angel? I don't know why he would.
No.
Doesn't have a lifelink. Doesn't have lifelink.
4 Mantis Rider, 4 Light. No, don't even need Mantis Riders. That guy can get bolted. You want Lightning Angel? Because look, it's holding Lightning Bolt.
Oh my goodness. I think Mervin is just going to take this on the merits of a Lightning Angel. If I had known that was in the deck, that card's straight gas.
5 color aggro.
And the problem is, like, you swing for that 3. Mason, right now.
Vigilance.
Vigilance is so good.
Man.
Needs the tapped land. But unfortunately, he's just dead. Like, okay, you win. Congratulations on your glorious win. That's pretty good. Oh, man.
4 is the butt to 1. You want a 4 butt.
Oh, so we're heading into a game 2. Mervin taking a pretty commanding game 1.
Yeah, man.
That Spellqueller, excellent. And Spellqueller is one of these interesting cards because if you think about it, you're looking at a situation in which Spell Queller, if it gets removed, they still cast their spell, right? But I think the tempo aspect of it is enormous.
Yeah.
It, one, gave him a 2/3 creature that Mason to send feature removal to. It protected his Birds of Paradise for a full turn,
Yeah.
which casted the Siege Rhino. It kept Mason, it made Mason reevaluate his entire gameplay. I think that Spell Queller is just solid.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where its home is in Modern,
Somewhere.
but I'm convinced that it has a home.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that there is somewhere
Blue-White
in Modern.
Taxes.
Blue-White Taxes is a maybe. Jessica Nahiri, actually, when I went down to California, this was a couple months ago. I went down to California, I think in May. Yeah, it was early May. And I played at a store where it actually was a really nice competitive crowd. It was solid. There was someone playing this really sweet Jessica Nahiri deck, running Spell Quellers, and I cannot tell you how quickly I got blown out by that.
Yeah.
When I was running Burn, because I was just completely unprepared for it.
He just has so many counter spells effectively now because they're attached to 2/2.
I just got annihilated by it, and it acted as a great clock for the couple of turns while I was trying to work out my game plan. Yeah, it was solid. Vile Spirits is really good with it. Vile Spirits, that sounds interesting.
To play, I don't know, any spirits.
Pretty much.
All of
You're
them.
not wrong.
Play them all, actually.
In a spirit deck, you can play pretty much any spirit you want.
You didn't have to play spirits. You can play something else.
When you're giving away the value that Spell Queller gives out, you can probably find a few different places to live. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I think just the biggest problem is that there's no super prevalent blue-white deck right now. You have Jessica Nahiri, which is a little bit tight at slots, and I think that right now, I would rather have a little bit more loaded up on the Lightning Helixes, a little bit loaded up on things that more directly affect the board,
Right.
just with how the meta is right now.
Yeah.
But there is very much a world in which it just, the format, not even like a full turn, half a turn, something like that, just a small shift in that meta can turn that Spellquill into a huge boon. I mean, as Jund and Obzon get a little bit bigger, think of the value play that a Spellqueller could be against something like a Lingering Souls
Right.
in the short term. That's a huge amount because you're still getting in with some of those like Tarmogoyfs and things like that they were expecting to be able to chump.
I think maybe even it feels weird, but maybe in some kind of Delver list or something like that, Spellcore might just be like a little bit extra body and somewhat of another counter spell attached to a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I've never really been super impressed with like a lot of Delver lists in Modern, anyways. But
It
some
is
low curve Jeskai deck.
It is interesting because I think that actually right now, Grixis Delver exists as one of Modern's control decks.
Oh yeah.
It's basically it is. It's just a control deck that plays its win condition on turn 1, and then just all right. Now I'm going to be the control deck because I've gotten that out of the way. Now I don't
Right.
have to tap out later into the game to put myself at that risk. I'll play it now, and then we'll deal with it later.
I think definitely it's just like having the tempo plan over trying to like make these long games, since like fast aggro is so popular and good in Modern. I think trying to make the game go longer is effectively a not good strategy.
Oh yeah, no, that's another one from Overturf. Absolutely.
Oh what? But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited though to see. I mean, just not only Spellcaller, but a lot of cards being played out of the new sets. But really, I'm excited to see Lightning Angel come back on the field.
I actually did love that article today. It was excellent. But Ryan Overturf on Modern Nexus, definitely worth checking out.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to put the link into the chat, I will allow that link. It was excellent, worth reading.
Let it go.
No,
man.
I'll freely admit that the Grixis Delver came from Overturf. It does exist as a control deck, but the mentality of playing the win condition on turn 1 is a pretty interesting way of looking at the deck.
Right.
Different Modern Nexus article, but you're close.
Unbanned Forceful, yeah. Force and I think
Best budget replacement for Goyf?
Scavenging Ooze. And it's not
Honestly,
a
right now,
replacement.
the new
Grim player.
the new red-green energy card. I think that the new red-green energy card is better than like
Red Green Energy card?
yeah, it's the 3/2 it's the 3/2 for just red green. When it comes in, you get 2 energy, and whenever it attacks, you can pay an energy to give it +1/+1 and trample until end of turn. So for 2 turns in a row, it swings as a 4/3 trampler, and then in the future it's a 3/2. And if you want to run more energy cards or anything like that, it becomes really solid.
Dungrow Elder, he is good. Mm-hmm. It's honestly Goyf is just something that no other creature really is. It's something that it proactively gets bigger as you're doing exactly what you want, which is it's just Goyf's so crazy. But he's a vanilla creature, basically.
It's not better than Goyf. It is better than what's the one the leech that's always used for it? The green-black one.
Green-black.
Yeah, the putrid leech. It's
yeah.
probably like putrid leech is kind of the other one that is sometimes used as a Goyf replacement. Scavenging use putrid leech. I think that this new Voltaic Brawler is going to be right up in line with it. Like, a 4-3 with Trample swinging in is definitely not bad. I don't think that Gurmag Angler is a good Goyf replacement. Wait,
I see what he's saying, as far as, like...
It depends on the deck, actually.
Yeah, really what your Goyf is just a beater, so Gurmag's the perfect that, but at the same time, like...
Oh, they're talking about Monkey Crow, and that deck actually does already run Delve cards. I can definitely go with that one, but, like, I was thinking... I don't want Delve cards in anything running that Roadstart Confidant in any numbers.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, I don't think that Gurmag Angler is the closest thing to Goyf.
I think as far as just being a big guy, he's the Goyf of the Grixis side of things. Mm-hmm. Hooting Mandrills. That card's so cool. I wanted to play him. Actually, almost every time I play Burn, I play some spicy dumb card because I just want to see it, like a Mana Tithe or like a Hooting Mandrills, or this week it's Bedlam Reveler, which is actually I've gotten him to be pretty insane. I cast a Bedlam Reveler on like turn 4 for 2, drew like 3.
It's such a house against midrange.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that's why it's there basically.
Yep.
And I feel like a lot of people are on that here, so it's like Bedlam Reveler might not be the worst thing.
I think...
Mongoose. Tazagar is kind of Goyfy.
Yeah. To Eric, I think that looking at Legacy and Modern are very different formats. I don't think that Gurmag Angler at all replaces Tarmogoyf as a viable turn 2 play. I think that Tazagar is closer just because it's a little bit cheaper. Yeah. But I think when I think of Tarmogoyf, I'm thinking of like the curve, I think Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf, Liliana, and those cards just don't slot into that role. I think that Legacy is a little bit of a different beast.
Yeah, and I think it effectively working out differently too, to where it's like you're going like Deathrite Shaman, Goyf, or whatever, playing it on curve and then decaying, removing things as you go, whereas like Gurmag's more the thing that's like you've done all that, now you're playing Gurmag Angler, and then he's swinging. So I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Grimflayer actually has been pretty good.
Grimflayer is also
I think he's more of like the Bob replacement in that deck rather than the
It does a little bit of both. You know, it definitely does like a quarter of what they each do, and then it kind of does its own thing a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and as far as Legacy, Angler's way better than Tazagar because Krog is.
Yes. So we've got Kurdape getting in at this Noble Hierarch. Now that's going to knock Mervin down to 18.
That's Ancient Ziggurat, right?
That is Ancient Ziggurat.
So he is playing that.
Taps for any
I
color.
figured he would be.
But only for creatures.
Oh my gosh, Reflector Mage.
What is
happening?
happening?
What is happening? Turn 3, just
there
like
has to
blue-white guys.
This is beautiful. Oh my goodness! So a Flint Hoof board coming down. It's just going to be a 3/3.
Naya Zoo will run Tarmogoyf. I think
Sometimes.
this is
Big Zoo will.
He's more Little Zoo, smaller curve aggro, so I don't think he is playing Goyf because it'll be like a 2/3 by the time he swings with it anyways.
This curve is perfect.
Wow!
This curve is bonkers good right now.
Who cares when you hurt yourself? You just play Rhinos.
Yeah, like right now, Mervin is just nailing it with this curve. Turn 1 Noble into
Reflector.
The amount of tempo right now is incredible.
Yeah.
It is just absurd.
I mean, I honestly thought Mason would be the more aggressor in these matchups because he can just slam those low curve threats, but it's just like, how do you deal
Reflector
with
Mage into Siege right now?
How do you deal with that?
Oh my goodness. Like, this is just an absurd...
It's like a fun box of like, well, I've got all these colors, all these creatures, oh, he's got Spell Queller in hand.
I think you just start bashing in for 5 with a 5/6 with that Exalted trigger. Sure. Oh man, that is sweet.
Bird.
K Viper 65, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and you are a rock star. I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Let me know where you're watching from, how you found about the stream, and what your favorite color to play is. This is just A sweet line.
I feel like does he have Resto Angel in this deck, do you think?
Mason?
No,
No.
Mervin.
Mervin? Oh, of
I'm just
course
trying
he
to
does.
guess.
Of
But it
course he
doesn't
does.
combo with Lightning Angel, so.
Of course he does. Of course he does. Actually, he might be replacing with the Lightning Angel. That's a good point.
Yeah, right.
For
But
that
you can't
haste.
Resto your Lightning Angels, and it
No.
has Ace.
The Curd Ape coming back down.
Man.
Sid, I don't believe that Mason had the bolt in that opening hand. He had a 5. He's got a Boros Charm right now. He's got Helix, but no way to cast white spells.
Oh, no.
And a Spell Queller coming down. Oh, Cave Viper, thank you for watching for a while. Modern Jund, your favorite card is Liliana the Veil. Oh, that card's good. I've been playtesting 8-Rack for the last 4 days just because, like,
It's good. I love that deck.
mostly because I was watching Tom play it, and so I decided, like, all right, because I've had 8-Rack put together for, I don't know, about 2.5 years or so.
Yeah.
And so I just was like, I saw him being only on the draw, and I was like, I've got to try that.
Yeah.
I just gotta. So I've, like, the last 4 days, I've just been trying out being on the draw in a bunch of games, and it just feels brilliant.
It's
Like,
probably
it's
honestly better.
weird.
When you're playing a card like Raven's Crime, which is like functionally just could be bad, you might as well be on the draw. You might as well have more cards than them.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting. Like, we can dive into that a little
Yeah.
bit later as Mervin goes in with a pretty big swing in for 8. None of that Exalted available, but we do have a Kitchen Finks, which put Mervin back up
pretty good.
to 22. And I have to think that Pillar of the Payrunes is in this deck. Because, do you remember how that card only casts for multicolored spells?
Yeah.
How many multicolored spells are out right now?
Oh man.
Only the Mana Dorks have been non, and those
Yeah.
have been entirely green. So this might be a deck that is running that mana base and then has green for the rest of it, just to
Get him out
jump into
there.
it.
Oh man, I would be very excited to see this.
Mm-hmm.
Has never been legit. A-Rack's cool.
All 8-Rack high five.
I like 8-Rack. I like any deck that tries to play Smallpox.
And that is 2 Birds of Paradise in Mervin's hand. And like normally I'd say, not too great of a hand right now, but his
But-
board state is insane.
What we need to see is Wrath of God
Mm-hmm.
out of the either deck. Oh god.
Path taking that one down.
Oh,
to
Helix
Helix.
it. Boom! Suck it.
Go to 6, but still die. But hey, you know what? You gotta go.
Gotta do what you can.
I'll Helix my own creature. That's like a total Old Yeller moment there.
Oh yeah. You got to. Any
He's
chance
my-
I get, usually, like if I'm winning with Burn, I'm happy. As I get closer to losing, I'm deciding how to shoot myself to death rather than let them finish me out. It's a good way to go out.
Oh my goodness. That is fantastic.
I wonder if
Alright,
we can get a list out of this guy.
I'm not sure, but how are those lists from Legacy coming?
Oh, I did not time that out, but I'm going to get that done.
Cool. Sounds good. Let's see if we can get another match. We've got about 30 minutes left, so let's grab another, maybe a game 2 even, and,
Yeah.
and get them over.
Go out there.
See you out there. BitBite, take a look at Modern Merfolk. It might be what you're looking for. Also, Mono Blue Tron if you feel like you're in the control route. Let's see here. Any chance we have Mervin's list? Unfortunately not, MTG Knight. Maybe one day, but unfortunately we don't actually have that option. Currently, we don't require deck lists, since these are just our weekly events, which you can join us for 4 times a week if you do want to hit that follow button and join us in the future. We do stream every single Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time. We've got Standard, we've got Modern 2 times a week, Wednesdays at 7, and Saturdays at 6, which is pretty solid. And we have got Legacy on Fridays at 7:30. Now it's pre-released this weekend, so the Saturday will likely not be happening, but we'll see. We will see. Oh yeah, and of course 8-Rec has got some bad matchups. It's also got some great matchups. I think the deck is sweet. It's certainly unusual nonetheless. Okay. Hey, BitBite999, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and welcome to Modern. I saw that you were asking about some Modern decks that to possibly play, but it's great having you. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is. Well, you said blue, so how about your favorite deck to play currently? Maybe you play in a different format. And let us know how you found out about this stream. It is awesome having you. Alright, so... hey, Sid7707, thank you so much. It's great having you, and welcome to the Fortnites. It's good and yeah, same questions apply to you. Let me know.
Ooh, we got a list.
Sweet.
What was it? This is Andrew. Oh, she's playing Affinity.
Okay, and oh wait, is this 2-drop and under? No, okay. So who's this opponent, and what game are we on?
Game 3, Sam is on Infect, and he will be. I think he's on the wall.
Sam is on the wall, or
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, Infect on the wall. Yeah, I think he's
okay,
playing blue-red.
and it's
Or is it
Affinity
just
though,
blue? Yeah,
right?
yeah, Affinity. But he's
Okay.
just 2 Galvanic Blast. He's got 1 Thought Cast.
Okay,
He's playing Master of Ethereum.
I might borrow that list from you in just a moment so that I can take a look at it. I love Affinity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seething Wreckage in the side.
And you said Infect took game 1?
Infect took game 1,
Okay.
and then Affinity's on game 2, and then they're going into game 3.
SketchUp, it's great having you. Thank you so much for hitting the follow button, and I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is, and how you found out about the
Favorite card to
stream.
play Wormcoil. I feel you.
Daniel, it's good to see you. Thank you, K Viper. We're hoping to hear back from something this week. You're from Australia. You've been playing Commander for ages. Interesting. That's actually how I started playing the game. So welcome. If you have any questions, message me. Red Baron MTG on Twitter, on Twitch, on Reddit, pretty much anything. If you ever have questions, just send me a message. I'm more than happy to help in any way that I can.
Even, just mail. I don't have any technology. You have to snail mail me.
Perfect. All right, let's head on down. Game 2.
You guys are good whenever.
All right, and actually, this is game 3. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was misinformed there. I misunderstood. But if I could take a look at this
take
one.
it.
So let's take a look. See, we're on a 17 land affinity list, which is one that is normally trying to go a little bit more into the 3-drops. You're from Brazil, and the stream is hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's awesome having you. I am actually really hyped for Standard in general. This one is also going for the mountain, so it's a little bit more in the red splash. Other unusual things is, like you said, the 2 Galvanic Blast, 1 Thoughtcast means that you end up moving that to another slot, and that would be the fact that the 5 3-drops. So 3 Edge Champion, 2 Master of Ethereum. Something that actually, Master of Ethereum has been the more favored one lately. I'm sorry, Edge Champion has been the more favored one. So really just increasing the Master of Ethereum for one of those colored spells.
I like Master of Ethereum. I've always at least liked 1. I don't really know the deck that much to be calling what's right for the numbers, but how do you feel about it?
As far as Thoughtcast?
Or just the list numbers in general.
Oh, it's pretty solid. Me personally, I'm on 4 3-drops as opposed to the 5, and then I have 4 Galvanic Blast instead of the Thoughtcast. But otherwise, the same list.
I like Galblast. I think it goes with the deck's game plan a lot more than just... Ooh, that's a nice altar.
Ooh.
But I think Galblast goes a lot better than Thoughtcast for its game plan.
All right. Golden Edge Champion or Silver Edge Champion? I personally prefer the silver one, but
Same.
they're honestly both
I really
beautiful.
actually did like... A lot of times I don't like the kind of subtle new arts that they do, but I really did like the Gold Edge Champion.
Yeah.
And my budget affinity list has 4 Gold Edge Champions.
So Sam fairly favored in this matchup.
Just faster clock?
It's just a faster clock, and Affinity doesn't have a ton of ways outside of that that Galvanic Blast in the main. Now, out of the sideboard, Gear Pair Aether Grid almost definitely came in, and if it lands, Andrew probably wins.
Yeah. That card seems very good.
May have swapped out some of those cards, like Master of Ethereum for the Edge Champion. Spellskite likely came in. Thoughtseize came in. Spell Pierce I actually don't like so much in this matchup because it won't address if you're already losing to the board.
Right.
The big thing that what Andrew wants to do is keep creatures back. Remember that you basically are just going to try and suit up like an Ornithopter with this Cranial Plating. Just go 1 card patiently and keep up blockers. Keep your Inkmoth up as a blocker because that means that even if they pump the spell to protect it, eventually it's going to die because you get an Infect counter on it, or a -1/-1. So it's definitely something to where Andrew needs to play patiently. He is not the faster deck here. Affinity finds itself in being the control slot, and it's an unusual position for the deck, but it is fully capable of it. Right now I'm expecting to see... so we do have a Spellskite coming down. It means that we have a little bit of options, and that's going to be really big because this Blighted Agent has hit the battlefield. So we're probably going to suit up this Ornithopter, and I'm expecting a swing with both of them.
He doesn't want to go on the Infect game plan with his cranial plating. It's almost close to lethal.
He does eventually. It's definitely an option, and out-infecting an Infect deck feels amazing. I can't tell you how good it is, but
I've never beaten Infect with the Infect in any reason except for in Legacy, just Blightsteel, but that even feels good.
Nova Joe, yeah, I will maintain that no matter how many vehicles that they ever print, any vehicle that would get played in Affinity in its current iteration would be more broken anywhere else.
Right. It'd have to cost...
It would have
just
to be crew for 0.
Yeah, crew 0, and then it'd
Cost
be
0
good.
and tap for a mana. Like it would have to be just absurd.
It's just a mana rock that taps for... It's just free if you have any creature.
But
that
otherwise,
taps for 0.
it just the vehicles just are inherently at odds with what Affinity is trying to do. So we've got the Noble Hierarch, we've got the Blood Agent, but the Spellskite leads to a little bit of a tricky math situation. Andrew's going to win because he's got the higher life total, but otherwise, you know, you've got a Spellskite fight happening, going to cast it onto his own creature. Now, Andrew, let's go ahead and take it to Distortion check, because I do believe it's target creature you control, but, and it looks like that probably isn't going to get us there. There we are. It is actually just target creature.
Okay.
Really had the option of putting that onto his Spellskite if he wanted to, but he might just be okay with taking 3 of it for now and maybe going for it the next turn, because he might just be wanting to preserve this life total for when he needs it. But that is not bad at all.
Oh, man.
That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 damage win. Call it a day. So unless we've got a 1-mana artifact removal, Andrew just took it down.
Natural state? Natural state?
You're looking for Natural State or Nature's Claim?
Natural state?
That was fast.
Redirect the damage to the Spellskite?
So Cranial Plating's a good card, and I can now see why he didn't bother paying the 2 life, because he had a kill.
I see.
That was good.
Yeah, that was
Oh
good.
my goodness.
Textbook victory.
Wow.
You got it.
Wow. All right, well, let's try and find another match.
Huh, yeah, I guess so. Well, I'll go out there. See ya.
I actually have to agree, I love playing this matchup. I have to agree that whenever I'm playing Affinity, this is a matchup that I really loved playing, just because playing the control route was so interesting for me. But let's go and head on up to the booth and we'll get another match for you. We'll see you there. Hello and thanks for joining again. My name's TJ. Now we are streaming out of a shop called Geek Fortress, which is located in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of America, I guess. BitBite, that is okay. There's certainly some options. Standard is another reasonable one, but Modern is pretty quick right now. That's certainly something that's true. Kung Fu Horse, we'll get into the 20 questions once we know that we don't have any other matches. We would much rather go for those ones. Dictator, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. You just got back from Dodgeball League. How is it? Any news on the Sub-Button sponsorship? It's going well. It's been a lot of fun. We're in number 3, round 3 right now of 4, and no word yet about the sponsorship. But we're hopeful, and maybe we'll hear from something in the next couple of days. We applied last Tuesday. They said wait about a week, and we haven't heard much yet, though. They also said that it would take more than a week if they were busy. So that's okay, but I hope that you are all having a brilliant evening. I'm joined tonight by Ryan, who is just a fantastic co-host, who is out there trying to find us another match. And it's going to be a pretty sweet time of America, I guess. Pretty much. But it's going to be solid. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. We stream 4 times a week. Have you heard of that? Have you? Well, I'll tell you anyway. Because every single Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, I knocked over my beverage. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, we stream standard, and it is all kinds of sweet. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. We don't like our meta tends to have a lot of brewers for standard, and it's certainly an interesting one. A lot of unusual decks can sometimes put up some cool stuff. We've also got Modern every single Wednesday at 7, and every Saturday at 6. Nice. It's all kinds of fun. But we've also got Legacy every Friday at 7:30. Polar Bears, you do like the new guy. Is he new to the store or just new to casting? He's new to casting, actually. He did it once long time ago, and definitely is really solid at it. Let's see here. We've got favorite card. Ooh, Bant Midrange. Oh, favorite deck, Bant Midrange. Favorite card, Feldegriff. Interesting. Yeah, it's certainly Yeah. I don't know. I like all the formats. They're all kinds of fun. I like watching Standard. I don't get to play it much since I commentate all the time. So I don't really play many formats anymore, but I do like all of them, which is I think a nice trait for when you're going to be talking about them for about 20 hours a week. It's a good time. So be sure to join me in the future. It's solid, it's fun, it's a good time, and we're just going to keep spreading the word, having some good times, and telling people about all the fun that there is to be had in Magic. So thank you to all of you for joining. This is the part, of course, where I get kind of sappy. You are all incredible. Absolutely a fact. Hey, Tribal Elephant, fantastic name. Surprisingly, I have seen 2 Tribal Elephant decks in my time, actually, so welcome. It's great having you. Let me know where you're watching from, what your favorite deck to play is, I'm guessing Elephants, and how you found out about the stream. But thank you so much for joining, and thank you to all of you for joining. It's honestly huge, and I can never thank you all enough. The stream continues to exist because of you. Peter, I agree. I'm currently thinking about playing a little bit more. It's been like months. We need to playtest a little bit. I would love to do that. But yeah, I'm certainly a little bit, maybe a little bit rusty. I'm not sure. I'd have to find out to know.
We got nothing.
We got nothing?
We got nothing.
That means that we've got 20 questions coming down the pipeline.
All right.
So
I figured we'd have something after that game.
Do you want to do that one?
Yeah, let's do it.
I gotta make sure really quick that we didn't take that thing, but we're gonna play 20 questions. But again, you are all the reason why we do this. It's just incredible. Mr. Kiwi Gaming, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I look forward to seeing more in the future. Scrublord, I actually would love to.
I have a Moto account.
I currently have a mobile hotspot with a data cap everywhere except here, which means that streaming Moto is not at all possible, and playing Moto is impossible. I don't have a Moto account. But I should be moving soonish.
Moving.
And when I do, I'll likely have much better internet, and I'm considering starting to stream Moto when I get to that point. But let's go ahead and jump to 20 questions. We have got a sweet card. I thought to block out the thing so we wouldn't reveal it, and let's get that going. So, if you think you know what the card is, well, don't guess it just yet. That would be crazy.
Oh, man, if someone could guess this in one guess,
I would be amazed.
I was like, why? Why is this the card?
It's not a matter of cost. It is a matter of I have a mobile hotspot, which is slow internet, and a data cap, which is limited internet.
Yeah.
So
you can stream for like 40 seconds. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of content, though. You're gonna jam in 40 seconds.
Let's go!
So
I mean, that's
fast,
like 3 games of Burn?
Right. We should do that. Burn versus Burn. See how fast we can just play fetching.
I do not play the Burn Mirror match fast. Is it a creature? Yes, it is. Honestly, the Burn Mirror match is my absolute favorite game of Magic.
It's stressful.
It is so
Eidolon
much
gets so crazy.
It is so much fun. Modern legal? I don't think so.
No. There's no way.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is modern legal.
Alright.
What? No.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's also been printed outside of Modern. I guess that became obvious.
Yeah. Giving away some info.
Nova Joe, the reason is because we haven't heard back yet. We just haven't heard back yet. We're still waiting to find out. They've received our application. They're reviewing it. I'm not too worried about it. They'll get back to us. Oh, getting bold already. From Time Spiral. It was not. It was not
man.
in Time Spiral.
Out of the gate.
That was a little bit specific. I don't think I'm going to penalize too much on that one.
Goblin Guide got it. No. Modern legal does not mean modern played.
That is a fact. Is it time shifted? No. And that's just, it's not in Time Spiral at all, but it's not time shifted either. Can you pitch it to Force of Will, and is it red?
No.
No. I'm just gonna count that as one question because I'm nice like that.
Is it red?
Is it colors? No. It is not in either of those. Is it multicolored? No. No, it is not. Though this was actually, I think, the first random card that we hit, and I love it.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing it.
If you guys want, I've actually got a really good question. I've got a great hint. No, it's not from Time Spiral Block. It's just not in that range at all. Converted mana cost 4 or less. No. CMC 4 or less? Nope, a lot of no's so far, but in a way, that's actually putting us in a direction, right?
Right.
So it is not anywhere in the Time Spiral. It's not in Time Spiral at all. Hasn't been shifted.
Nope.
Not dancing in there.
No.
Not rocking and rolling.
No.
Equal power and toughness. Yes.
Oh wow.
That's a good question, actually.
But what does that mean for a creature? It could be.
Oh man. So 0-0.
It's not Burning Tree. That's for sure.
Does someone lose life from it? No.
If you threw it hard enough to hit their eye. Any card.
Oh my goodness.
That's usually my out when I can't. I have no perceivable way of winning.
Does it have an ETB effect? Yes, it does.
Yeah, it do.
Oh man.
Is it in standard?
Oh.
Oh man, I can't imagine what the standard with this card was like.
I have not actually dropped that hint yet. Does the creature have a color? Yes. Yes, it does. Is it in standard? No.
Oh, you know what's an interesting thing? I guess I'll talk about later because I don't want to give something away. But is it a color with a certain
Legendary? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, in fact, a legendary creature.
Oh, man.
I'm
You
excited.
think they're gonna get it?
Oh, of course they're going to get it. They're
No.
only 12 down.
I don't think
When it
so.
gets to 16, I'll give them a chance to take the sweet possible. We know that its converted mana cost is 5 or higher, so I very much doubt that it's Siege Rhino or Snapcaster Mage. Was
We
it
could have just been lying to you, so you should guess.
David Elbire? Yes. We did say earlier it was reprinted from a pre-modern set. That is correct. From Kamigawa? No. And actually, you know what? I would have been like, that's a really specific question. But when you're talking about legends, that
Yeah.
eliminates like
That's a good
30% of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
actually-
I know. That might get rid of all of them.
Does it have 2 or more colored symbols in its mana cost? Yes. Right. How about this? Devotion greater than 2. Or devotion 2 or more. Devotion 2 or more? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. Is it white? What would you like to answer?
No.
You wouldn't want to answer? Well, then the answer's no. Ooh, we're getting close here.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get it. I mean, man, I mean, I even knew this card before seeing it, but not like enough to be like ever guessing it.
They always surprise me. They
I've
always
been
do
surprised
surprise
every
me.
time where I'm just like, someone is like they're. Oh, I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was even today, just today, with the what card was that? The elf druid that produces mana.
Yes, it is black. Oh yeah, right.
They
Naming
got it,
that
like,
one out of the
super fast.
top.
I'm like, what am I
Yep.
thinking? Purpose.
Right. So it is a black card, and we know that it is not multicolored. From an earlier question, we know that it is converted mana cost 5 or higher.
Not standard.
We know that it is black creature.
Legendary.
We know that it has an enter the battlefield ability. So a lot of questions that are just.
Is Avatar Roll legendary?
No, also legendary. Legendary is another thing that we've got going on. So a lot of possibilities here, but we're getting close.
Just throwing it. Gristlebrand. Oh, he's modern legal though.
You're well,
Oh,
it
wait,
was,
oh, yeah,
but it
it
wasn't
is Mario,
reprinted.
right.
It was reprinted.
Right.
Sonic got it.
Oh man, no way.
Sonic
Oh my god.
nailed it. Phage the Untouchable. Don't you go touching.
No.
Absolutely.
I thought you guys wouldn't be able to touch it.
That is a sweet one. Sonic, well done. You are going to get added to our list of etched champions. Absolutely.
Is there a end goal for this list? Or are we going to release the list?
I
at
don't
some
know
point, or-
yet. Maybe we'll just make it like a little wall of fame kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what we'll do with it. But that being said, I have been saving it.
Make
So-
it big. The person and the card. that they
Oh,
guessed.
of course, of course.
If we can get, this is obviously super unrealistic, but if we got all their pictures who made altars of the cards they guessed.
I have not been keeping track of the cards that they guessed,
Oh
unfortunately.
yeah. I
That
mean,
would've
that's just
been-
like so much, but that'd be so fun.
That's a lot. Then again, David could probably do it in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, right. Like Star City Games has those like token cards where it's like Elish LSV and like they do like all the little like card splash and channel fireball guys.
Right. I want one that's a lightning bolt, and I just want it to be me. Just
I'm
like
about to
me all zigzaggy with like my feet touching the ground, like kicking someone in the face.
You are actually the lightning bolt.
like my arms are like the clouds.
Yeah.
And like my face is just up there, and then just my foot going, bam,
it.
get him.
It's
All
good.
right, so we should be coming
Get
up
'em.
close to the end. Any chance that we might have another game through, or was that pretty much everything?
That was like everyone was.
So we
on
should
there.
be ending fairly shortly and heading into a sweet round 4. Signed Tybalts for everyone. Ooh, I'm not sure if I want to go that far. I've got 137. I'm not really sure if I'm willing to drop down.
Yeah, that's a lot, and
It
you
is a
wouldn't
lot.
Lose any of them.
I am particularly. Being a Tybalt would be fun. Being
yeah.
a Tybalt would be a lot of fun. Has anyone ever tried to brew in Modern with the same goal as Sneak and Show? Would you like to speak about that?
Yes, I only want to do that to people. I mean, Through the Breach is like a deck already, but I definitely want to Through the Breach multiple times.
I was actually thinking of a certain card that grabs an artifact or a creature.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shape Anew?
I was thinking of your Shape Anew deck.
That deck is fun, and now with the Madcap experiment or whatever,
I'm pretty unthrilled by that deck, by the way.
you just do it into Platinum Angel. Boom. Don't even need. It doesn't matter how much damage you took. You got Platinum Angel now.
I don't think that there's any Death Shadow out there, unfortunately, today.
I don't think anyone actually has the cards for Death Shadow
We've
around
got
here. Like,
one person putting it together, I think. I could build most of it.
I think I have.
I could build
think
almost
I
all of
actually
it.
do have it.
Yeah.
I need I need the 4 Death Shadows, and that's it.
I have them.
Bam.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I don't think Through the Breach will go down in price until it's like just reprinted or something. It's just only got printed in like one set.
Exactly. The 136 Duststalkers is quite impressive. Congratulations to your friend on that one. I have like a personal little pride kind of thing for mine, which is that I've purchased none of my tickets online.
Oh, you just got all in person?
All in person.
Nice.
100% either by like buying them at
Or
GPs.
just trading
No,
them?
none are in the local area at all.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty sweet. Death Shadow,
Oh yeah, Mishra's Bauble.
no, I think I have those.
Yeah.
I might, yeah. I'm not sure. So pumped for your local F&M. What? Yes. Good go for it. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be sweet. F&M is so much fun. Pre-release is coming up. Are you going to do any?
I am definitely gonna do a couple.
Nice.
I have only ever done one pre-release actually too. It was for
Really?
Eldritch Moon even.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now why is that?
I don't know. I got more into the competitive scene. Didn't really do that much drafting at first, and then pre-releases was like, well, I'm going to spend $45 on cards I'm never going to play when I can just buy like a fetch land or something. But over time, Magic ideas changed, and now I just love everything. So pre-release all day, every day, if I could.
Oh yeah. I mean, pre-releases, they're just like the most fun night of Magic. To where I'm able to like put away the competitive side of me. Like when I play the game, I'm just like, I gotta do it, you know. And like for pre-release, the last pre-release, this was my experience. I opened up a brilliant black-white pool. Brilliant. Like it was excellent. Nothing but like 3 bombs, a bunch of removal. It was so solid.
And then what did you do?
I built red-green. Because, like, neither the white nor the black really synergized with my red pool at all.
So you just
Because it was a bunch of, like,
scrapped
double
it.
white and double
Yeah.
black. And, like, I can't let it take the spotlight away from my
No.
mono
Why would you
red.
ever build a deck based off the cards you had, not the cards you wanted to play?
No, that's exactly it. So I built this sweet red-green deck, which was way cooler. Goldfish,
it.
it's good to see you. Welcome. I hope it's been a good day in Russia. I guess it was a good evening in Russia.
It's always a good
Goldfish is from Russia.
Ooh,
Yeah.
far away.
Yeah, you know what? We haven't done this for a long time. You ready? Everybody, give a shout out for where you're from.
Give a shout out.
I don't think that Ryan is fully aware of like how widespread the
these
Fortnites
people are.
Yes.
This is from everywhere, all over.
Oh my goodness.
I'm from Everett.
I am from Snohomish.
Coming far. I mean, my mother comes from Japan, so that's
Kansas City from Kenton, Portland,
Oregon.
Alabama, Oklahoma City. All this red is going to my head.
dang, bam, bam, bam.
Canada, Barbados, Austin,
Redmond.
Texas, Sydney, Australia, Chicago, Redmond,
Uncle
Washington.
Tito.
Hey.
Don't ... after that.
Oh.
You're from here. That's fine.
Channel Fireball Land, Canada, Australia.
I don't know where Magic is Awesome is, but it sounds great.
Magic is so amazing. Washington State from Dutch.
Yep.
Redlands. Pittsburgh. Hey, go Pittsburgh.
Issaquah.
From Russia. Issaquah is kind of fun. It's from the dark side of the moon. Roll Tide. New Jersey. San Antonio. A lot of... I mean, I'm always amazed by how many people on the East Coast are.
It always seems like someone jumps in there like, hey, watching it from Australia, Venezuela.
Yeah.
I was like, right as I say that.
Right?
That's cool, though.
My
The internet.
goodness. Someone watching from China. Someone
China.
watching from Tennessee.
China.
We have got... It is just... it's amazing to me.
Yeah.
It's actually just
It's
incredible
cool.
to be a part of this.
Everyone likes magic, no
Right?
matter where you're from.
Someone watching from
A
Reno.
cave. Oh, I live in a cave.
Right? From Brazil. Obrigado to you.
How do we get there?
What?
How do we get out there?
No, I said obrigado.
Oh,
Yeah, that's thank you. I'm told. I'm told. I guess I apologize if I've been saying the wrong thing all this
my
time.
gosh.
But I was really told that from the people that were down in Brazil that I leaned... Because, like, we have, like... There's always a surprising amount of people watching from Brazil.
Yeah.
And
the timeline
I-
matches up, maybe.
And so, oh, you're probably right. And so I just learned how to say, having 93 minutes of Star City ads repeated constantly between games. Hey, you know what, BitBite? I actually love that as well. You want to hear a fun fact? Let me just stick around, but let me just show you a quick thing that we have. This is just something that we have. We have a button that says that we'll be right back. We can take breaks.
no.
We just don't. Because we'd rather be sitting here hanging out with you and having a
Wait a
good time.
minute. We can take breaks.
No, we can't. We built it. We put it in there for the purpose of being able to take breaks. And then we just said, nah.
What am I gonna do on my break? To look at magic and talk about magic?
Like, yeah. And so we might as well do it with all of you. And maybe try and, Chord for 4, I have loose...
Chord for 4 is a good name.
That's a really good name, actually.
that.
I have lightly considered it. I honestly don't really know what the avenues to take for that are, though. So I guess I wouldn't really know how, but I'm open to it. I guess I'm
Just gotta do it more until
true. I guess that's how Gabby got it, just by like streaming a bunch. So
yeah, get it.
I don't know. How did the fishies do tonight? No fishies tonight. So it looks like the Titanic is safe today.
The tides of battle favor those who swim.
Oh man. The take a break button is so that TJ can explain to us why they aren't taking breaks.
Yeah, we don't take breaks. We could if we wanted to. Don't need them. Don't even need the button, but we have it.
Oh man, that's funny. No, yeah, that's exactly. I was like, David, I really want people to understand. I need a break button. But TJ, you're not going to take breaks. I know.
But we need one.
I know.
What if we need to show people that we don't take breaks?
You want finals or do you want cool?
What are the finals?
Not very cool.
Well, what are they?
Infinity versus Burn.
Yes.
What? Yeah, heck
That
yeah.
matchup's super sweet. Who's on burn?
It'll be fast, and then we can get another
You
one
sure you don't
anyways.
want elves versus knight tribal?
100%.
David running knight tribal.
We can move into that one for their game 2 and 3.
Good.
Finals, always.
Finals will be fast.
Finals, always.
Alright, you break his heart then.
Alright,
I don't want to break his heart.
David, PJ said he wants finals.
we always do finals. You'll have a game 2 and a game 3 that will jump you on.
Sorry, I tried to fight for you.
Alright.
I said I run this piece and they said no.
You didn't say that.
That's what
Right.
I'm saying.
Alright. Hey, Polar Bears, I actually love that too. One of the things that I've been trying to do is just try and, work with other streams. And it's something that there's some ideas in the works, there's some other things, but basically, I don't understand why I never see a whole lot of, collaboration between streams. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So, I've been...
Competitive over collaborative.
I don't know. I've been trying to hang out with other streamers and try and set up ones to where they come and join us, or I go and join them. Or actually, I think tomorrow I'm streaming with Melvin the Muppet.
I don't know who that is.
Right? And so it's just hey, Holy Diva in the chat. Holy Diva, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining.
Hello.
Are you aware of who Holy Diva is?
He's
Well-
been down too long in
well,
the
let-
Midnight Sea.
Well,
No,
let
I
me tell
don't
you,
know.
Holy Diva is she's from actually Spain.
Oh.
She does a ton of modern, huge variety of decks. Actually, been working on her own deck that has been absolutely brilliant. It is like it's a Thing in the Ice deck that is basically like very similar to the Death Shadow Zoo deck, but in its completely own realm. Very powerful. Has been playing excellent and very much worth watching. Holy Diva, fantastic stream. Head over there, hit the follow button, come right back.
I have to start watching.
Oh my goodness. Am I connected? I mean, we've streamed together a couple of times, but basically I just hang out in his stream and he hangs out in ours.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
Like,
Hanging out.
I like hanging out in Holy Diva's stream because that's like a fantastic one. So, alright, so who's on what side and what are they playing?
We got
Oh, Scott. Okay.
Against the Wall versus Martin on Affinity.
Alright, so let's head on down to the finals. It's going to be a pretty fast one
Burn in Affinity.
Right.
Who's your money on?
for Affinity.
Really?
Yeah. Affinity is definitely favored in that one.
I think you're right, or I know you're right, but at the same time, I always like playing Burn against Affinity because I'm like, I get to shoot your creatures.
I also
Yay!
do, but Edge Champion ruins any and all hopes of that. So,
well, yeah.
let's head on down and we'll see you down there.
See you.
Finals. Alright, so taking a look at these ones now, Affinity is going to be going for a very aggressive game plan, prioritizing cards like Vault Scourge and especially Edge Champions.
Oh, yeah.
Now, watch for the Edge Champion to be just an absolute house here, because Scott's game plan gets a little bit weird. There's kind of these two avenues to take and these two mentalities when it comes to Burn up against Affinity.
Yeah.
One is to go for the race and really capitalize on your Searing Place. The other is to basically you become the control deck. Personally, I go for somewhere in the middle of it. I actually prefer being the control deck in this matchup.
I think it's a lot better, but you just take your hand and roll with it a lot too.
Yes. And so usually what you end up trying to do is really kind of, like right now, this is a really good start for Martin in most cases, but if I'm Scott, I'm feeling okay, but it also depends on what kind of hand he kept.
Right.
Which is why I will almost always take out the Boros Charms and the Lava Spikes for the post-board games, because they do not interact with the board. But Martin, like Edge Champion, is the card to be as soon as, if you're going for this control game plan, as soon as Edge Champion hits the board, your game plan has changed. You have shifted. And you instead become the racing deck because you cannot beat the Edge Champion.
Right.
So,
Unless you sideboard as much Affinity hate in your burn as I do. Like reality hemorrhage. Shattering sprees.
Titanic, personally, I don't run Skullcrack in my main board, and it's still very popular, but Atarka's Command has taken most of its slots over, so it's harder to rely on going for the Skullcrack. And then when it comes into the post-board games, I don't side in Skullcrack because, again, it doesn't interact with the board, and it's only for the Edge Champion, and it feels more narrow than something like a Deflecting Palm that I would much rather have.
Right. Which means you can depalm Edge Champion.
Exactly. Holy Diva, this game hugely sorry, not hugely.
It's pretty in...
It favors Affinity.
Yeah. Ooh. Especially when you can just kill their Wild Mikado and then suit up.
Yep.
That looks real good for Affinity.
But yeah, I mean, it's a swing for 5. We're down to 15. Sure, there was a painless mana base, but yeah. Martin is looking okay. Now, notably, light on creatures. All it takes is one, that Boros Charm, not going to do it, but all it takes is Scott really taking down that Midnight, and it completely shifts, and maybe Scott can go for this gradual game plan.
Gorge into Wild Mikado does look weird.
Actually, that is a really popular thing.
Yeah.
Is you go for that one and then you fetch Shock into the Sacred Foundry the next turn.
Right.
You'll always be swinging for the same 3.
Exactly.
You run it's good in a 10 fetch deck, and then it reduces a little bit of that damage that you take over time.
Oh, nice.
And that was an overly aggressive Searing Place. I probably should have waited until Martin's
fetch.
turn for that one, because the fetch allows you to do it on their turn as
Yeah.
well, and so I think I would have much rather hit this. And I get that you would have been taking some damage from the Midnight.
Right, but now he's not gaining life.
Now,
and this
unless-
is going to be a huge swing.
Oh, hard cast it. Oh, okay. I thought he had a Rift Bolt only,
Right.
and I would have said
Hard cast
slam it
it.
down, but no, that was just a Lightning Bolt. So he's looking okay suddenly.
Eidolon pretty good. I mean, it's not going to get that value. I mean, you almost never get awesome value out of Eidolon against Affinity anyways, just because he comes down way too late.
Yeah, and actually look for on the draw some of those to be sided out.
Oh, yeah.
But one thing to keep in mind is that now what Scott's game plan is actually that Blink Moth is a huge problem. You've got
He's
2,
just
4,
like dead,
6,
pretty
8,
much.
10, 11. Yep, picking up the cards because Scott goes to 1, but now he can't cast.
Yeah.
The second, the Blink Moth combined with the double Kringa plating, big.
Yeah.
And Martin just takes that in a complete overrun.
And that's about how it goes.
Cruelest of ultimatums. Do I think that the White-Red Fastland will make Boros Burn the better option, especially in mirrors? It will not make it the better option. Destructive Reverie is still too good of a card to ignore. That being said,
You gotta talk about Mardu Burn.
it will, however, make it to where, like, I will likely be running one Copperline Gorge and one of the whatever the white-red one is called in my burn list, along with some fetches beside it, so that I can fetch up what I need, but also have some colorless starts. Will it become? It will absolutely be favored in the mirror match, but I do not believe that we are going to see a world in which in which it just becomes better or more favorable to Naya Burn.
I actually run no fast mana in my burn.
I don't think that red-white is bad by any means. Like, the deck is phenomenal.
Yeah, it has a lot more stuff that goes over rather than just being. I mean, you don't even play Wild in the Cuddles, and you're not.
No, I don't like Wild in the Cuddle.
I think I go back and forth between it, but I mean, green's literally just there for sideboard, and Tarkus Command just being so good.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that you're actually correct to go back and forth on Wild in the Cuddle.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Let's see here. As for David, one, that was turn 4, and 2,
they're aggressive decks.
They're two, like, very, very aggressive decks. And actually, I think that this is a matchup that has got a pretty decent amount of finesse in it. Affinity very much on the main game plan, but you saw Martin kind of navigate that one in a way to where he applied those threats slowly. He wasn't greedy about it. He established things kind of patiently, and then used that Blink Moth as soon as Scott tapped out.
Yeah.
And then Scott went a little bit aggressively with the one land, but he had a lot of ways to approach how that matchup went.
Right.
And he ended up going for this route that was a little bit slower, and actually one that I think would have been pretty solid were it not for that Blink Moth Nexus. Really made it a little bit difficult.
Double Cranium is pretty rough, too.
Out of the Fastlands and Chandra, anything I like for Burn, Chandra will not be played in Burn. It will get played. But in Modern Burn, only the Fastland.
Sideboard of the new Chandra for the, I don't know, some matchup.
Where is the card is this is like my new favorite thing to say is it's biggity bonkers.
It's good, it's real good.
But it costs 4.
4 mana.
So that is like that is just an enormous blow.
Yeah, anti-no burn. I mean, if you have 4 mana and burn and you're casting something, it has to be better than that card. It has to be doing like 15 damage or something. Like, it just has to be
Holy Diva,
so
unfortunately not. That's Peter in the chat, and unfortunately not. People are slightly overhyping the effect the new lands will have. I think that it will actually have a decent effect on slightly slowing down the format in a kind of an odd way, because I think that right now it will give those decks that are trying to interact on that turn 1 more options, as far as rather than taking 3 to bolt something and kind of evening it up and doing some of their work for them. Right. Now it means that you can, in a blue-red deck, you can drop that down and hold up both Spell Snare and Bolt and not have to either make the decision to fetch Shock and activate that or anything like that. And I think that it's not going to affect things a ton. I'm not sure if new archetypes are going to be formed. I'm not sure if...
Yeah.
But things will just maybe barely fix themselves. Reality Hemorrhage is a really fun sideboard card, purely there for Edge Champion. Yeah. And I actually I'm a fan of running it. I'm not currently, but I have quite enjoyed it, and if you expect a lot of affinity, Reality Hemorrhage is a great card. Burn spell, 2 mana, 2 damage, with Devoid, which makes it colorless.
Yeah, I am never not packing a bunch of... If you ever come here... I mean, it used to be crazy back in the day where it's like, I felt like every time I come here, 3 Affinity players. Like, I've had matches where I fought Affinity every night.
Really?
I mean,
it's funny because we don't have much Affinity here.
Not anymore. Not like...
but back in the day.
Back in the day, it was just...
When I was playing.
Yeah, you were playing it, and then Donovan also had it. Just so many people had it. I'm like, oh my god, I can't beat this deck. Like, it's just so bad.
Now, this is actually quite unusual. Martin bringing in Gear for Aether Grid is unusual for this matchup. That's not something that I would expect. But it is going to be pretty nice for grinding. It's going to help protect, some of that creature removal. But it still strikes me as a little bit outside of what their main game plan is.
A little slow.
Yeah.
Ooh, Molten Rain.
So Molten Ring going to take that one down, knock down to 18, and losing
That
the
seems like
Infectus.
kind of an interesting card to bring in this matchup on
Molten
his
Ring?
side, as far as, like, that seems pretty slow.
When you die by the Blink Moth, it becomes a much more appealing option.
I
The
guess.
problem is that it is 3 mana
Yeah.
against a deck that isn't hugely dependent, but there are enough manlands that you can lose to.
That's
I don't
true.
think that it's a bad choice. Maybe
Yeah.
not the right choice. But the Aether Grid is certainly unusual. I'll be curious to see how it ends up working, because I can very much see a world in which it ends up doing some pretty solid work this game.
Modern has Spell Snare and Mana Leak. Disrupting Shoal. You can pitch cards to Disrupting Shoal. That's as good as Force of Will, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Okay. They are not Robot Unicorn attack slaves, but man, I was good at that game.
Oh yeah, I missed that game. I haven't played it or thought about it.
Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh yeah.
Days would be real bad for Modern.
Days would be miserable.
Especially
Oh,
with
man.
Shocklands. It's just like, actually, honestly, if you dazed and shocked yourself, that's not very good.
Well, no, Days Infect.
Oh, yeah.
That is not
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to help out anything
No.
slow.
No.
That is going to make
no.
fast decks better.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man. So,
Why wouldn't we not? We need that song.
yeah, that song is really, really. So here's a line that could happen. If Scott goes for an instant sorcery, taps out for it some reason, watch Martin try this. Tap the Glimmer Void, activate the Blink Moth, get 2 damage into it, or if you prefer, deal 4 damage to it with a Galvanic Blast. By the way,
Am I in the wrong stream?
I don't
For
know.
all the people who sing. I don't remember who sings that song, but it's an old song.
I don't know. Was it that bad? It may have been.
No, it was great. I loved it.
Okay, well, I really enjoyed that
Despite
one.
what anyone says,
Yeah.
the music video is really weird for that song.
And we are going to go for that Galvanic Blast. We do actually... There is a world in which... nah, you're not going to actually get it to survive at this point. Erasure, that's it.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah. But no, I don't think that you're going to get this card to survive. I think you dealt 4 damage, which is going to be fine.
What are bad matchups for fairies? Most decks that try to win.
Oh man, that was brutal. Burn is pretty miserable for it.
Yeah.
Chalice for 1?
Oh. Whoa.
No, that's actually like kind of a reasonable one. Scott doesn't respond to it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ones in Infinity, really, is there?
Not. Oh, no, smart play by Scott. That was actually quite good.
Yeah.
Because he would have been super tempted to cast that bolt there. He held onto it, seeing the Blink Moth Nexus that Martin had. When Martin went to activate it and then equip it, that's when he took the opportunity to actually kill that Blink Moth Nexus with his 2-mana spell. He's stranded with the Lightning Bolt out, but that means that Martin doesn't get a massive free swing.
Right.
That was actually that was a very smart sequence by Scott. The big problem now is that he needs to draw straight gas. His opponent is at 8 and grinding. He needs to be either the infect kill or just the tap out kill.
Oh, I was like, why is he tapping the chalice?
Boros Charm against Affinity is not good. Correct. You actually
What does 4 damage?
it's just not good. I actually side out Boros Charm a lot.
Yeah.
Lava Spike and Boros Charm should have been the first cards out in this matchup.
I think Lava Spike's usually an easy out. Maybe a lot of people fight Rift Bolt for that slot, which I'm not really in agreement because Rift Bolt hits creatures.
Rift Bolt hits creatures, but it's also the slowest deck by far, or the slowest
Slowest
card.
card in the deck.
I have to see the sideboard play. Now, Blood Moon, I love against Burn. It's super
so
good. Shuts down Burn. It shuts down 30% of their burn spells. It's
Generally, by
very
the time
good.
you play the Blood Moon, all their
Destructive Revelry, solid card to bring in,
it seems good.
right? That one's really good. The Molten Rain was a little bit unusual. The Reality Hemorrhage I actually quite liked.
Needles?
Pithing Needles I think was okay to bring in, but unusual to have in the deck at all.
Yeah.
So, let's go ahead and head back up to the booth. This means that you can go ahead and try and find David, right? So, let's go ahead and get some sweet magic coming up. Stick with us. We're going to head back up to the booth, and we're going to get you some more matches here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Kaiser, I completely agree. Blood Moose is very, very good against Burn. Much more good than you think. It shuts down Destructive Reverie, Boros Charm, if they keep it in, Lightning Helix,
got it.
Path to Exile. It's very good. Alright, let's see it. Alright, so who's on what side and what game are we going to?
I think they're still kind of getting all set up there.
Sounds good to me.
Pretty sure David will be against the wall.
Alright, so David against the wall with... well, I'm fairly certain... David.
Who's your...
Hey, David?
Yes.
What... Oh, can I... What are you... Hey, the only Froman! Thank you so much for hitting the follow button. I'll welcome you. Just... What are you naming your deck? Because I know that you were in between with like this knight kind of theme, and I know that for a bit you wrote this 4-color Knight of the Reliquary deck.
Yeah.
So what?
Call it Night for now.
Night?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of knights. I'm gonna call it Night Travel for clarity.
Who are you playing against? Or what are you playing against?
I'm playing against Gnomes.
Okay.
This
Perfect.
is the third tribal deck I've played tonight, by the way.
Really? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I played Rats, I've played Eldrazi, and now I'm playing Elves.
The rats. I'm so sad that we didn't get that one on camera. There's a rat travel deck that does a Chittering Rats Displacer Eldrazi block in the store.
It was fun. I like it.
He beat me on Burn actually one game.
I'm pretty sure your opponent's name is Chris, but I can't remember his last name.
Say that again?
I'm pretty sure your opponent's name is Chris,
Yeah,
but I
I'm pretty
can't
sure
remember
too.
the last name.
What's your name?
I'm so bad at last names.
Yeah. I'm bad at names in general.
Are you?
Yeah.
Alright, we're about to know what we're going, and we're about to be heading into another match and find out what game.
Lindsley.
Alright, and what game are you heading to?
What?
What game are you heading to?
We're going on game 2. I took game 1.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright, there we go. So they're going to be heading there soon. It's going to be a night travel, like a 4-color night travel.
Yeah.
It's so unusual.
No
but
Hakan though.
no
What are
Hakan.
you gonna do? How are you gonna cast your knights out of the graveyard?
Clearly
It's not.
doomed from the start.
Yeah, clearly.
Alright, here we go.
Dread
I've
knights.
got an upside down picture of the deck. One Knight of the Reliquary, some Knight of the White Orchid. Tamios are in this deck. Oh no, there's more Knight of the Reliquary. Oh, some Knights in the side? Is that it? Knights in the side? You've got Silverblade Paladins, 4 of them. You've got a bunch of...
Four.
you're running 4 Noble Hierarchs, 2 Birds of Paradise, a Student of Warfare, Knight Exemplar in the deck. You've got 3 Mirren Crusaders, Kinsbale Cavalier actually in the deck.
What is that card?
Knights you control have double strike 2/2 for 4. Yeah. It is going to be... Oh, man. It is going to be sweet.
Oh man.
K-Viper, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but... this should be interesting. Are they situated at the table?
Let's see. Yeah, I think so.
Alright, let's do it. Game 2.
So much
All right,
tribal.
so we are looking good. And if you did you give him the kind of the thumbs up while you were there?
Oh
Or-
yeah, yeah.
Why don't we just call it Fortnite?
Oh wow.
Done.
This has to be. We all have to be playing knights. Fortnite tribal.
Done. Can I be the Student of Warfare?
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to be Fiend Slayer Paladin.
All right, so we're gonna go for looks like a Fetch Shock in this Bant deck down to 17. Possibly, I mean, anything that early, I expect him to actually be starting off with a 1-drop.
Oh, man.
Whether that be
Or Fetch Shock for Dominance.
right.
You know, who cares? I don't need it. I'll bolt myself. Do nothing past turn.
So let's see. I mean, okay. So this is gonna actually be a turn with Mendrick. We're gonna go for a pretty solid start here with the Noble Hierarch.
Same game plan on both of these players have.
Redox, I will tell you, the first time that I ever saw White Knights, I was super impressed by the deck. This is when I first started Modern. I built a Modern red deck wins, very creature based,
Yeah.
and I was running against these Knights. Spark Elemental,
Super
Hell
good.
Spark Elemental,
Super good.
Ball Lightning.
Oh,
all in the
real
deck.
good.
And it turns out that almost all Knights have first strike. And
Right.
completely,
Was that bad?
It completely eliminated the deck. Just shut out
I learned what Electrolyze was really fast in Modern when I was trying to play Hellspark Elemental.
It was that exact matchup that made me realize why just running Straight Burn is better.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, why don't people play the creature version more often?
Yeah.
And then it was like, this is why.
Because you can get your spells countered or killed, and that's no good.
That card was 100% a lesson to me. So, we've got a Dwynen's Elite and a Nettle Sentinel out, along with a Llanowar Elf, which made it all happen. A Giltleaf Palace joining the basic forest for Chris. But David, sitting there with a Temple Garden and a Noble Hierarch, getting ready for his second turn as he decides how he wants to go about it. Start off with a fetch when he's got other options, tells me that he's just passing the turn because he's not looking to actually cast anything proactively. Maybe even cast a 2-drop to try and maybe get some interaction going. But Chris, I mean, Elves is just, like, remember that David did take game 1, so, and Azuri being field off of that one.
I was like, what's going on?
Oh my,
That's been a lot. There's so many Elves that's coming out.
That's an intimidating reveal.
From what I feel coming out. Like, I never saw Elves.
It's a swing for 5.
Ever in
We're going to go
Modern.
down to 12 unless we decide to block. Okay. So. And, before damage? This is before damage. We're going for a Coco.
Why would you do that?
Because if you held an Elvish Archdruid,
Or he's just going to get some packs.
or there is the there is the elf that gives him a Forest Strike. Oh man.
Before blocks.
Yeah, this is sweet. Lord Red Raven, it's good to see ya. We've just finished your second stream. Oh, are you streaming now? Awesome, Lord Red Raven. I'll keep my eyes open for you.
Cool.
That's not bad.
Show him the pack.
A
Get you
Heritage
for 6
Druid
or
and
5? 6? No,
6.
It's 6. Yeah.
I drain you for 6, then hit you for 5.
Oof.
Before it happens, we're going to take down that one, so we're going to drain for 5 and still hit for 6. That means we're going to go down to 7. David is in a rough spot right now.
Yeah. Tribal.
Man, and I will agree, it is addictive talking about Magic. Like, I can't tell you how much I love doing this. It is something that I've just developed like an unnatural amount of joy doing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Looks
I
like
mean,
Chris did miss his Nettle Sentinel trigger.
that's
But-
not for us to remember.
Meh, yeah. I've kind of taken on this mentality of, unless it's like a game rules violation,
Yeah.
It's
Well,
gonna
yeah.
happen.
Anything that. I mean, I guess is the untapped trigger mandatory?
it's still just a trigger. It's not a game rules violation kind
Yeah.
of thing. So, we are, David going into his third lane. We've got 4 available, and we're just sticking with 3. Oh, yes.
I like can't even tell you the name of this card, but I've seen that art so many times.
Luckily, I can. Knight Exemplar hits the battlefield.
Bang.
First strike, other knights you control get +1/+1 and indestructible. But it's a 2/2, looking down a pretty sizable field, and David's not looking too solid.
No.
Absolutely, I've developed an affinity for it.
And that first strike though, and that other stuff that's not relevant.
That first strike, and friend, and
friend.
guest. But even still, so say that we block the biggest thing. We're still taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Giving him the Nettle.
Oh wait, but if he blocks with the Noble Hierarch, but you have an Azuri out, so technically David can survive. Technically David can live at 2 life and kill the Shaman of the Pack. Now David has lost
Yes.
because of this Elvish champion hitting the battlefield.
Yes.
So David is now about to take more than lethal damage, unless he's got a path in hand with this Noble Hierarch. But the problem is that he would have to be able to both block and remove the Elvish champion, but he can't block because he has a forest. So actually, it's still a kill, even if he has the path.
What he could do is call Chris Lindsay's work. Maybe get him in trouble some way, so he has to come in right now. He has to drop, scoop his cards up, and leave the game.
That is 100% a very real possibility, I think. If I were to go about it in a similar way, I would...
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Kidnap
man.
his family. Tell him if he doesn't drop the game now. No, maybe not. Too strong.
Too much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a...
I would take his family out to a
It's
nice
a turn 4 format.
dinner
You gotta slow down a little bit.
and never call him again.
So we've got a win from Chris as we get ready for Game 3 there. The amount of elves there was just... it was able to completely trample over David's game plan. Got a really fast accelerant with that turn 1 Llanowar elf. Oh, man. So Slowly crashing, we will call your work and tell them that you are doing a brilliant job.
Great job. We'd
Yeah.
hire you for our company even.
Yes.
If we had one.
I mean, you're one of the co-hosts, so we have a company that makes no money whatsoever.
You're hired.
Zero income. Are you interested?
I am. Even when you frame it like that, I'm still here.
Right? Oh, man. I'm still waiting for that email, though. I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah. Start getting like a penny.
So
host?
we start getting a little tiny bit of ad revenue, right?
Alright.
Hey, I'm gonna completely pronounce that. I told you the first time. I'm gonna call you Mur. But thank you so much,
Murgailago.
Mur. It's awesome having you.
Murgile.
Oh man, get on camera. He's not even here. But it's awesome having you. I hope that you're having a good night. So take a look at this hand. We've got Noble Hierarch. We've got Path. We actually have a detention sphere. So Coleman was playing Wargate. We got Wargate in round 1.
Round 1.
Round
and it
one.
won.
And it won.
Commandingly, actually.
Oh yeah, we had Wargate now.
Valakut did like multiple points of damage at various times.
Dang it, I messed up. Wargate.
Man, Defension Sphere, if it comes in at the right time, it's going to be really destroying this Elves deck, or hopefully it does.
Potentially. It kind of depends on how Chris plays out his hand, right?
Yeah.
Man. Wargate is a sweet card that does sweet things.
It's a nice EDH card.
Absolutely. So we're going to drop in this one, go down to 18. The opponent's still at 20. Looking at dropping into Noble Hierarch and just not getting too active after that one. Gonna kick it back. Now, we do have access to both Path and Detention Sphere. Is that also a collected company in David's hand? Could be a good way of going about it. That card on the far left, I'm not quite sure what that is, but does it look like a worship to you?
A worship?
Oh, yeah.
He definitely has that in his 75.
Mid-boy Blue, it's good seeing you. I think next turn we're about to see a worship hit the battlefield, and that is going to be quite good against
Is
this
there
deck.
anything Rexage, I guess?
Rexage is very much an option for Chris, but there's this, like, knowing what he saw game 1, I don't know what he saw game 1, but based on game 2, I am not bringing in any other
Is
Rexages.
Elves not, like, they don't have, like, one main board for catch-all?
They often do, but, you know, if you see nothing, there's always a chance that you side it out. Like, I just don't know what Chris's sideboard game plan is, but it's very possible that he has a 1 of in there.
It definitely seems like Elves is more, it can be very much on the beatdown plan, more so than like Legacy Elves or something. So whereas maybe you do take out the Rexage because you don't really need it, just throw in Shamans because you're gonna kill them or whatever.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right in that Elves in Modern has really acted as this sort of hybrid between the beatdown game plan and that full-on capacity to kind of have this combo.
Mm-hmm.
But when you don't hit your Azuri, when you don't hit, you know, it just generates a lot of creatures
turn 'em
really
sideways.
fast, and you turn them sideways.
We got some Anthem creatures too as well.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
both in Elvish Archdruid and Elvish Champion.
Hmm.
Yeah, a lot of solid options out of this deck. David pass? I don't think he's passed it back yet. I think that was just cutting the deck for Chris's
Yeah.
basic Island Forest. David passing it back, he's going to start off with the Collector Company. So I think what he's going for here is this idea of running out of worship with only 1 creature on the board, not 100% aware of what your opponent is doing, maybe what you're looking at there.
Yeah.
Now, here is a big problem. Shaman of the Pack, I believe, circumvents worship.
It's lose life.
Shaman of the Pack is lose life, actually. So I'll be really curious to see if a Shaman of the Pack, 1, will it take the kill? Or, on kind of this flip side, I want to see a Coco fight.
Go fight. And what I mean is that Legacy Elves is more on the combo plan, and Modern seems more around the beatdown plan,
Yes,
as far as their go-tos.
absolutely. I would love to see a situation.
Smash Force. They
'Cause, like, if
chat's
that comes
really
down-
on that.
What? Oh yeah, they. I personally, I don't mind them at all, and I feel like you are.
I definitely, for my own personal self, I love matching everything, basics and all. But you know, you do you. You live free.
I mean, it just doesn't matter to me.
This doesn't drive you insane.
Not at
This-
all. Not
this-
even like, not even remotely close. So
And they're both full arts, so I can take it that way.
yeah,
But man, if one of them wasn't, I'd be stressed. The thing that honestly, your basics don't have to
R7,
match.
a Knight of the Reliquary,
Ooh.
and what appears to be a Birds of Paradise, unless that is a creature that I don't recognize on the far left. Looks like it is going to be a Noble Heart, or Knight of the Reliquary with no lands in the graveyard, coming down to join a Birds of Paradise. All
Okay.
things considered, not the best 2/2 you've ever seen,
No.
especially with a Plains coming down. Though we could see a Worship come in again. I'll be really curious because one, Worship doesn't work against it. So can he try and dodge the Shaman of the Pack? Two, will Chris realize that he can play that down and get that kill?
That's true. I don't know if until he even worships on the board, I'm not really even sure
Does
it's on
Mono
his radar.
D-Doggy, does Mono White Humans Tribal have any playability in Modern? Yes. It will be worse than other decks. Like, it'll be worse than some aggro decks.
Yeah,
But
if they
there is
got Recruiter.
there's a
and
lot of
Sanctum,
1 mana 2/1s. You can curve those out and just do a pretty solid swing. And there's been some decks that Tevin has mentioned it. There was one that did pretty well at Star City Open at one point.
Yeah,
So it's not
Leon Arbiter.
it's
He's
not
really
impossible. If you blend that into somewhat of a Solstice, like you blend that Mono White Humans Tribal into incorporate a little bit of that Death and Taxes element,
powerful. Some hate bear action.
then you could be in a very fine position.
Yeah.
At a local meta, I'm sure you do pretty well. At a large scale, it becomes much harder to do.
Yeah,
And
I mean, if you're trying to get consistency, like take down like an 8-round tournament, Mono White Humans might not have the versatility you need to take down this, but like 4-round event or something, why not?
my assumption was that they were going for, hey, Kalarishital. Hopefully I pronounced that correct. I apologize if not, but welcome. It's awesome having you. My name's TJ.
I'm Ryan.
And welcome to the Fortnites. Let us know where you're watching from, what your favorite color to play is, and what's the third question?
How you found us? Or did you already say that?
Well, I was actually, that's normally the one that I go for.
Oh.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to go for a new one or not, but thank
I like
you.
it.
I actually like the
It's
attack
a
with the
good
Knight
way.
of the Reliquary. It blocks as a 2/2, but it attacks as a 4/4, and it's going to be a pretty poor blocker against some of those, like the 2/2 Dwynen's Elite, anything like that, especially now that the Elvish Archdruid is out. I'm not on blocking duty with it. Though, you can always go for the sacrifice ability. You can block. Sure, it can maybe even trade up and take down some of those, but I don't think that Chris is going to be fighting those off.
Right.
Miterod, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic morning. So David, he does still, I believe, have this Worship in hand, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I really do think that we've got a swinging for 2 with a Birds of Paradise. Does it get any better?
And is that...
That looks like an old art for Worship, but we can confirm. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Got there. Let's take a look at some of that old art. Urza Saga. Nope. How about 9th edition?
Nope.
Nope.
How
about,
the 8th edition?
Nope. So
7th
maybe that
edition.
isn't Worship. Oh, yep,
Nope,
it is.
I was
That
gonna
is
say,
just...
I'm pretty sure it is.
There we go. That is the newest Worship.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Poof. My goodness. Believe in the ideal, not the idol. Clever. Very clever. Okay, so we've got a Worship out for David. Now it's just a matter of, does Chris completely hold off? Because now we're just going to go for the Birds of Paradise beatdown plan.
Yep. Shaman of the Pack is
You
life
are
loss.
correct. Shaman of the Pack will 100% annihilate this Worship. That being said,
Does he know that?
does Chris know that, and does he draw it?
Yeah.
That
More
both,
importantly,
both of those are going to be very important. Oh, okay, I was just going alphabetical. Got it. The point is that is 7th edition, is the important thing. So, I don't think that Chris has one right now. And I think we're just going to crack 2 here. Okay, so we're actually going to activate this Nykthos for
Yeah, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 mana. I guess it just lets you drop everything. But, like, are you even attacking at this point?
what is like the big target in the Modern Elves? Is it just Azuri or...
Azuri allows you, like, Elvish Archdruid and Azuri come together.
Hmm.
Right now, he can tap that Elvish Archdruid for a total of about 7 mana. You
Yeah.
combine that with his Nykthos as well. You're looking at pumping each and every single one of those elves for about +9/+9 to +12/+12 and trample.
That seems good.
That's a pretty big hit. So that's kind of your main ideal win condition, is just to go for kind of an overrun effect.
Right.
But you also, of course, have the strong beatdown game plan and just the Elvish Archdruid to the Elvish Champion.
Mm-hmm.
Which just, if you get the Azuri, it locks it out. And there is, of course, you assemble a massive board, get a little bit of incremental damage, and then a Shaman of the Pack to close it out.
Right. Okay.
But it looks like we are going to go for the activations on these Azuri, go for the massive swing in. David not going to block any of it, and going to go 2-1. Yep. So all of that
Got
damage,
shot.
and that's also damage though.
Okay.
Yeah, it specifically has to be life loss.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is Rage much faster, but Shaman closes out grinding games better? Absolutely correct.
Is there any way Elves has a way of bouncing Shaman of the Pack to their hand to play it again or something?
Not really. They can draw another 3, however.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
They could play Cloudstone Curio.
They could, and some decks actually do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bump in the Night totally beats Worship. Very true.
That's why Mardu Burn.
In fact, not only does he not go to 1, or not go to 0, he goes to 2. And true, he doesn't have any black mana available at the moment, in addition to the fact that he doesn't have it in hand.
It's just any damage too, right? If you
Yes, if you
can't
control the damage,
fetch-
any damage that reduce your life total. Now, fetching is life, is paying life.
Okay.
Yep, so you cannot fetch when you're at the 1. So we are going to activate, looks like 5 here?
It needs.
Oh, just going to
wireless.
get some of this flying in. We're going to swing for 6 in the air. This is a 3-turn clock out of David that Chris has to match faster. Now, of course, all it takes is basically, do you draw
Shaman.
faster? Like, do you draw Shaman and do you cast it? I think so. Absolutely. I mean, yeah.
Draw Shaman. Play the Shaman has to be.
There is no
However
cavern
you
on the
gotta get
battlefield
it.
currently. There's a Nykthos.
Nykthos in the old Keebler house.
Yeah, so I don't think that we saw one there either. We're gonna so we do have the black mana. We're gonna reveal that, drop it down, but nothing yet. David is gonna knock Chris down to 2, and then it comes down to, does Chris?
Draw.
He has 1 draw step after this one, or Rexage. Rexage
right.
is some. Yep. What is the card in David's hand? I actually don't know. Man, I think Chris has basically got 1 draw left. Rexage, Court of Calling, Collected Company if he hits it,
Right.
the Shaman itself, all options that he can draw. That brings it up to like 10 live draws if he has all of that in there.
Right.
That's a lot.
It's feeling pretty good as far as like
Maybe
if you're
8.
gonna be anywhere at the
8
looking
live
at
draws.
like lethal.
So we're gonna knock David down to 1 by the look of it. David with 1 card left. Oh, it's a Still Moon Cavalier in hand. Okay. That card's sweet. That card's really sweet. Headless Horseman from the original Eventide. Protection from white and black. 2/1 for 3. But you can give it flying until end of turn. You can give it first strike until end of turn, and you can give it +1/+0. Which, when you have all of that, like it's the protection from white and black is surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Out
In
of
this
the board.
matchup, meh, but
It's actually out of his. I believe it's in his sideboard, which strikes me as a little bit unusual.
maybe he just had stuff to take out.
It's very possible, and just wanted to go for something that could get. Oh, maybe just wanted the flying. So we're gonna go for a massive swing, and David
First strike's probably
goes
fairly relevant.
all
too.
the way down to 1, taking 1 damage off of that one.
Right back to 1.
Yep.
Dice to Bolt, not good. Very good. You know, you're smart. You're a smart guy. I'm not good with words.
Yep.
I never said none before.
Ooh. Okay, so we're just gonna go for a tapped. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. If you're gonna have the win anyway, why is he going through all this? I don't entirely know. Possibly just because he doesn't fully see what quite the win condition is, and is instead just trying to go for like this idea of going for the biggest hit possible to just see what he can do. But right now it's not doing a whole lot. This looks like a knight to me. Is that a Student of War? No, I don't think so. Not quite sure which one that is. Not quite sure what we're looking at. Looks to me like he sent me a picture upside down. How inconvenient. It's not the Knight Exemplar to me. Maybe a Silverblade Paladin?
Or Knight of the White Orchid or something.
No. Oh, maybe a Knight of the White Orchid. Oh no, that is the Student of Warfare. Okay, it is. I see the level up now.
Boom.
Yep. Okay.
Student of Warfare.
So, we've got the Still Moon Cavalier joining the battlefield. Chris down to 2. And I want to see what that 1 card is.
What is it?
I feel like I saw
not
it for
gonna
a
show it
brief
to us.
moment. Did anybody else catch what that one card was? I don't think it was it.
No, it definitely wasn't.
Okay. Oh, man. So, we're going to try and get another matchup. We've still got about 10 minutes, which means that we've probably, maybe got a game 3 out there. Okay, it was a land. Alright, so let's head back up to the booth and see what we can find. Hello, and thank you so much for joining. I'm told that I apparently have a pack to crack of Khans of Tarkir.
I get to sit in for it.
Okay, well, while Ryan is finding a match, so are you going to go for the old name things convention?
That's the point.
All right.
Hi, everyone.
Anthe, you are our featured viewer of the day. This is Bryce. He's going to...
I'm not Ryan.
He's also not Ryan
But
Clark.
that's okay.
I'm just going to make that Ryan. Ryan's out there, but name it.
That is Erase.
Nice. Name it.
I
got this one.
Sultai Scavenger.
Nice.
Tygam Scheming.
Ooh.
Dragon Scale Boon.
Nice.
Bloodfell Cliffs.
Caves, but
Caves.
close enough. You had it.
Wetland Sambar.
Uh-huh.
Mardu Warshrieker. Headhunter.
Skull
Hunter.
Hunter.
Close.
Close enough.
That is Rush of Battle.
Nice.
Leaping Master. That is Sultai Flare.
Dang.
Set Adrift. Witness of Ages. Witness of the Ages, I believe. And Meandering Tower Shell, we got the turtle. Oh, and a foil cancel.
God, how do you do this?
That's Plains.
And?
Goblin Token.
God, I cannot do that. You play too much. You don't even play that much limited.
I played a lot of Khans of Tarkir Limited, to be fair.
My goodness. So this is Bryce. He's one of the co-hosts while Ryan finds another one. Gets a pack. Gets...
I lost on camera to Bant Company and then beat Bant Knights.
That wasn't Bant Company.
He had company and it was Bant. I call it
That was
Bant
night. That was.
It was Nightfall. I
That
know.
was Nightfall.
Yep. But yeah, so I
Sweet
then
news.
beat David in the next round. But game 2, he played a Worship.
That's really good against you.
I milled him out with Thought Knots here.
Nice. That's pretty sweet. Just overtime. Because
Yep.
you just had the bigger
no,
board.
No, what happened was I played a Gideon on like turn 4 and was just making night tokens that just blocked all of his stuff, and eventually I landed a Drowner and flickered it like 8 times a turn for like 6 turns in a row, and then finally drew my Thought Knot Seer, played it, and just flickered till he died.
Huh. That seems pretty cool. That seems pretty cool.
There's no matches.
I'll let you back
Alright.
in.
Oh, you're good.
So,
I did my thing.
You're covered on now.
bye, Bryce.
Bye.
Ryan's going to join us again.
Crack a pack.
We did. We got a Meandering Tower show.
Ooh,
Right?
I love that card.
So now comes a really important question to all of you. So stick around for this one. I have a question for all of you. It's important. It's
very
kind of important, but it's very vague.
Oh, wow.
So it's super vague, but I just want to hear your thoughts.
I love vague.
How would you feel about an on-stream Magic the Gathering game show?
Whoa.
Maybe, I honestly don't know, but incorporating possibly viewers? How do you feel about it?
Jeopardy?
Like, it would just be it would be an on-stream Magic the Gathering game show. I just want to hear people say yes or no and expand if you'd like to. But
I like this little thing you did. Yes
give me
or
this.
no.
Give me yeses or nos.
Yeses or no's,
and
maybes
and
or
why. So I honestly can't. I can't explain in more detail. That is literally all that I have.
The Price is Right, where they show like Beta Underground scene, everyone puts in their price, and then you run up there, and then you have to play Legacy versus what's his name, Bob Barker. He plays a mean lands deck.
Basically, okay, Coleman, you want to toss in a thought? This is something that Coleman has been doing a lot of work on. If he can explain at all, I'm sure he's typing it up right now. So keep an eye out for that one. But it seems like a lot of people seem interested in it. I'm not sure if we would just like end up grabbing some people at random to participate in it, and they would be our guests.
Right.
I'm not sure if it would be co-hosts. I know that Coleman has been working on it. He's been working on this. He's been working on this for months, actually. Like he's been like coming up with just preliminary design for a long time. We've been like going to GPs where he's just like working on it while he's there.
Getting fun.
Yeah, like same contestants every time. I don't believe so. Again, Coleman can... maybe the next time that we have Coleman in the booth, we can talk about it a little bit. But, if that's not a reason to hit the follow button, I don't know what is. So hit it anyway.
Free candy. That would be a reason.
Hit the follow button for free candy. Not from us.
Somewhere. A man in a van.
In fact, I will tell you what. I will make free candy available in a variety of locations come late October.
Oh, man. Yeah. All these houses will be carrying it.
We could get other streamers in.
I'm another
Coleman,
streamer.
Coleman, we could set up a thing to where we just have like other Oh my god, that would destroy our internet.
Yeah, I like it.
But we could actually get like maybe Chat V like the celebrity like streamer.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this.
Chat plays Magic.
I do like
Twitch
this.
plays Magic.
I don't know. 10 out of 6.5, you would participate when you can come to the store.
Nice. I like it.
Last time you took free candy, Meriden got new management. Glissa. It's from Glissa. That's awesome. Oh, man.
Play 20 questions.
What?
Play 20 questions.
We've been doing that a bunch. No, we've been discussing the possibility of Coleman's game show.
Oh.
People are open and receptive to it. People like the
Okay.
idea of it. We might do something to where we bring in like other streamers to participate.
I'll take it.
Nah, I'm pretty excited.
Hollywood Squares.
Sorry to make that last game less interesting.
What? No, it's
No, that
perfect
game-
amount of interesting.
Yeah, we were wondering if he was going to get the shaman to the pack to kill you.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
I
Did he
was
know?
like, what?
Did he know?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Jingading dang do, it's good to
Ooh.
see you. Are you as another streamer? Would you be interested in participating on a Magic the Gathering game show here at Geek Fortress via the World Wide Web Information Superhighway? Holy Dive, if you're still out, answer.
Info?
If anybody,
Nation? The internet? What is the internet? I've heard a lot about it.
it's something that Al Gore came up with to basically just make it so that people can really spread their hate
Oh.
easier. Yeah.
Does it have to do with combating global warming?
No. This one is actually basically what it takes is all. Actually, it does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically, you know how everybody, like, there's all this air going into it and all this, like, it basically just channels all the hot air into the internet.
Oh, that's what all that YouTube comment section's about.
Exactly.
Oh, I hated it there. I always like, the internet gets a bad rap, but you people are fine in the
You
chat
are all
for the most
incredible.
part.
You are the greatest people on the internet. You are all so amazing. But Jingading Dang Do, get in touch with me on Twitter or on
Jingading
Twitch
Dang Do.
or something else. Let's do something. I'm totally open to doing some like crossover streams. I love crossover streams. They're super fun for me. I think I'm hanging out with Melvin tomorrow evening.
Do it.
So definitely check out Melvin the Muppets Thursday night stream. There's a good
I
chance
will?
there will be tiny hats.
How tiny?
Well, he's 3 feet tall, and it's tiny on him.
Oh,
So
my.
it's going to be pretty tiny. I'll be looking for my own tiny hat. I've got one in mind, but I might try and find another one.
I think I own some small-ish hats. Wouldn't call them tiny though,
Yeah.
but tiny for me, but not tiny. Oh, I don't know.
I
They're
don't.
too small for me, but I wouldn't call them tiny.
I've lost your train of thought.
Yeah. I don't got a lot of head weight up here. It's a very small head.
Oh yeah, I found out that my head is about 3 water bottles wide. I bet yours is like 2.5.
Probably two.
Yeah.
Easy two. Maybe a fourth.
Exactly.
It's more this way than this way.
Absolutely true. But we're kind of drawing towards an end. Is there do people either want us to call it? Do we watch esports? I watch Magic the Gathering, which is
Yeah,
an esport.
I love Magic the Gathering. I don't know. I don't really watch anything or do anything at all ever.
When did
Just
I
this
say that?
quote.
Pe-pe-pe-pe-pe-pe.
Did you say that?
I don't know, but Ryan should definitely come back.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Ryan, actually, you've been killing it. You've been having a lot of fun. Question here: do we play a quick game of 20 questions, or do we call it a night, host you over to someone else, and keep just the straight-up Magic content flowing?
Just keep it going. I'm trying to remember if I ever played Ryan Wallace. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
You probably have.
I play either super bad decks or burn.
Probably mono.
I mean, Mono Blue Tron,
Not
if
a
you
bad
want to
deck.
call it bad, I think it's bad only because it loses to most what people play here, which is aggro.
Loses to Manlands a lot.
Yeah, I do.
Deck is awful.
Spreading Seas and Pithing Needle are my out. Repeal real bad against Manlands. Doesn't actually hit them at all.
Yes, same with Cyclonic Rift.
Yeah, not good.
Oblivion Stone.
Not very good.
He still hasn't paid his own activation cost. Apparently there's an activation cost, so
For
I guess,
me,
like,
it'd probably be pretty high.
$10.
I don't know if I would have an activation cost. My creature's probably just like Naya Colors, 3/2 haste, first strike, reach.
There's a Tiegler elf somewhere in the commands.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are manlands? So manlands are just a nickname given to cards that animate. So Mutavault, Blinkmoth Nexus, Inkmoth Nexus, Stirring Wildwood.
Wandering
where
Ephemeral.
you play an ability and it becomes a creature in addition to a land.
Favorite
it-
manland?
Probably
Stalking Stones.
Blinkmoth Nexus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I really like Blinkmoth. I actually ran that one in 8-rack over Mutavault for a long, long time. Still am, actually.
Why?
Well, I'm not running Ensnaring Bridge now, but for the while, people were running Mutavaults alongside Ensnaring Bridge, which didn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, you can't get in there.
Because I liked having an empty hand, drawing a card, attacking for one with evasion. And it was a much shorter clock, sure,
Right.
but I liked that it just was a better way at kind of getting that one incremental damage in, and it was occasionally good against things like Infect.
Were you ever getting any benefit from the Mutavault as far as like creature type or anything in 8-rack?
So there was a time, and that's one of the reasons that there was a small time when people ran Pack Rat in their sideboard.
Oh,
as like a 2-of.
So
I was
Mutavault's
not.
insane. with
I was
Pack Rat.
not, but it means that if you're running those Mutavaults, then those Pack Rats, if you draw them and those Mutavaults, kind of get this accrued
Synergy,
value.
yeah. You just your 2/2 becomes exponentially better.
Exactly. So let's take a look at some of what those other streams out in the world are. And I didn't see anybody requesting 20 questions, which means that we're probably just going to be closing it
All
up
cube everything.
slightly.
Hey, who's those two guys?
That's us,
Ha!
right?
I like how we are red and blue though. I'm fun and you're fancy.
Right. All right. So we've got a couple of options here. If people want to toss in their quick thoughts, there is either what I assume to be Cheerios in Modern by Professor French, or a cube draft from B. Candio. Professor French, someone who has a cat, does basically just some other does some streaming, plays games, and generally focuses on Modern. B. Candio being the captain of Team Next Ridge Nexus, which is actually one of their teammates took down the most recent Star City Open with Infect. Can we get a deck list for Bans Valakut? Slowly Crashing, you're still in the chat. Can we? But if people have a preference on which one we end up posting for, they're both at about the same number of viewers, and we can try and maybe hug them to death.
Oh my.
Well, maybe not that aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah, let's tone it back a little bit.
Hug them to a low life total and ask if they want to concede.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. But it doesn't sound like people have too much of a preference either. Goodness gracious. Donkey started on Infect. Hey Astrid, have a good one.
Ban, look good.
Try to put on the account. Thanks, Solar Crashing. Send me a message when it happens. All right, so I guess we will just try and focus on the one that is still Modern. So we're gonna host on over to Professor French, and in the meantime, I guess we'll just do our little outro. Definitely check it out. Have a good time. But from all of us at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, thank you so much for being such a huge part of the stream, for being such a supportive force, and hopefully we'll hear back soon. My name's TJ,
I'm right.
and whether it is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night,
Or if you live in like 30 days of night or 30 days of sun, you know, in one of those situations.
that's true. Well, we hope it's a great one, and we look forward to seeing you next time. So, Friday, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, we'll have Legacy, and I'll see you there. Have a good one, everybody.
Goodbye.